It's all about the education. This is not just building a car where you have a pedal to the metal type of deal. We teach kids how to build a car, how to engineer it, and then safely drive it.
They're being taught about electricity and all the mechanics behind vehicles.
We want them to think safe through their life.
The overall goal of the Solar Car Challenge is a hands-on activity.
It's all about learning, which is the fun part of this event.
Not many people in the country can say they've been on a solar car team or helped build a solar car.
During this race, it has taught us a lot about togetherness. It's a really tight-knit solar car group. We started off like as strangers in the beginning, and I think the summer has brought us definitely a whole lot more closer.
Brought us closer as a family, and it gave me just a whole new experience, and I learned a lot.
It encompasses engineering, it encompasses science, it encompasses trigonometry, mathematics, physics.
It helps so much with physics, it's not even funny.
We kind of sneak it in and the students don't even know that they're doing it.
The students learn a whole lot from this project. They learn how to do fundraising, they have to design their own electrical system and wire it themselves, and they get real-world job skills that they can use.
All of our drivers on our team are ham radio certified. Actually, every member of our team is ham radio certified. We required of our kids to get there so they can talk on our radios when they're in the car or talking on the other car.
This is a unique experience for me because you can see what happens when you apply what I learned in the classroom in real life. This is a cool real-world experience.
It's a good resume builder, and you can learn a lot of useful skills.
I've learned anything to do with wiring. I learned how to make schematics. I learned how to solder and wire. It did a lot of learning, a lot of fun, a lot of struggle, but it was great.
That's why they call it the brain sport, because anybody can get out there and just drive a car. It's learning how to use that car.
These guys have built something from the ground up, and it's the pride that they do. And I see the kids have done it. And that's what's neat, to see that they really put themselves into these vehicles.
The whole year I was just like, Mom, I can't wait. I planned my entire summer around this trip because I was so excited to be able to do this. It's not like, oh, got a win competition. This is all like a huge learning experience where we all just figure out how to overcome it, like, and think around it. Because this type of stuff happens in life.
We had brought 2 cars over here, and one had broke down completely. And but that didn't stop us. We still have 1 car, and we wanted to keep pushing and striving forward. And there's gonna be ups and downs throughout your entire journey. But to get to the rainbow, you have to go through a rainstorm.
I feel like I've tried my best, and our car is running and it's competing really well with the top teams.
When I got in the car and they closed the canopy, I just felt like I was in my own little world.
The groups work together, and even though it's somewhat of a competition, if one group needs help, another group's more than willing to help weld or help them with electrical, and so it's a team effort to hopefully raise the whole group.
Everybody here is so nice. They're always willing to help you whenever you help them.
We're also, lifting each other up and bringing out the friendships and the diversity of everything. And we're learning from one another, and it's just an amazing experience.
It's our last day of racing, and I know we can get through it, right? I've enjoyed getting to know you more than you know. I respect you. I honor you for what you've done. Right now, we're still tired. 5 minutes from now, we'll be sweaty. 2 weeks from now, this will be the best thing you've ever done. Take great confidence in yourself because you've earned it.
Just thrilled to have the solar team here, stop over in Waco. We're inspired by all these young people that are so dedicated and so committed and have such good parental and school support. It's really encouraging to us.
When they go to college, they say, well, I'll build a car. Not many kids can go to college saying those sort of things.
We've got a lot of future engineers in our group. It's just amazing to be able to learn this at a young age and have these skills for life.
Now I'm going into engineering.
I came into this wanting to be an electrical engineer.
So we're building tomorrow's engineers today.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, guys. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2016
Solar Car Challenge. What an exciting year to be building a solar car. What a great opportunity to race cross country. You just have no idea how much fun you're going to have this summer if you have a car that's ready to go to be able to take on this kind of experience. 1,000 miles, 100,000 faces, all the kids coming up to you wanting to know how you did your project here, an incredible opportunity for you. And today's workshop is going to significantly help you, actually today and tomorrow. We've got some outstanding people here who are going to make this a success for you. First off, staff who are helping run this race are William Shee from California. He started off in 1997 building his own solar car, stayed with us, came back as an intern judge, and now is a member of our foundation and is the assistant race director. And thank you very much for coming, being a part of this. So we get the California portion of our view here. I have 2 interns who come back and work with us. You see, there is life after high school solar car. After you finally know what's going on and you go off to college, we want you to come back and help be judges in this. As a matter of fact, we found out how the high schools were cheating. A good example, there was one section of the course where you have to be able to prove that your car can turn to the right within 30 meters and to the left 30 meters. But there was a car that couldn't do that. So the students would go up and they would corner a judge, surround the judge, while one of the other students would tighten a bolt and loosen a bolt. And then they would see that the car could turn to the left within 30 meters. And then they would run back and gang up on the judge again, while the same student would tighten the one he had loosened and loosen the one he had tightened so that the car could turn the other way. We would never have found that out if y'all hadn't come back and been a part of this. So you help us grow, you help us stay honest. And 2 of the people who are helping us stay honest are John King, who is from a team in East Texas, and Christian Almaderas, who was with the Ben Barber Academy team. So y'all want to wave or something? Or?
Yes, Christian Almaderas.
These will be judges for you this summer. The presenters that we have today are outstanding people. Just outstanding. People who had experience building solar cars, working with high school students, doing other things. And one of our presenters today, Mark Westlake and Carolyn Little from St. Thomas Academy in Minnesota. As a matter of fact, that's where we're ending our race this summer in Minnesota. And we're delighted to do, well, y'all be standing, I'm sure, in a minute. But anyway, can we give these guys a round of applause for the whole way? Moving over here to the left is a good friend of mine from New York, Lee Kay. Lee does stand up here. He's not only had his own high school team, but worked with college teams. And he and I sort of got started in solar cars about the same time. So we have lots of good experience. 2 of the finest people I know right here, Ms. Sturman and Keith Reese from Houston, Mississippi. Keith, you got to stand up and tell us a little bit about what it was, because, yeah, you can race a solar car challenge. But after you've done that, are you willing to step up and do something a little bit bigger? Are you willing to do the World Solar Challenge, the race going from Darwin to Adelaide, Australia? What an experience. And an outstanding participant in this is the Houston, Mississippi team. Do you want to tell us something about it? And we want to give you a round of applause for doing this, because you deserve it.
Thank you, Dr. Marks, and it is an honor to be here. We're much like you. In 1999, I came to this workshop for the first time with Dr. Marks and all of his wonderful students. And at that time, it was over in Dallas at his at the school, Winston School of Science, that he was affiliated with, teaching there. And of course, he taught us how to build a car and then ultimately how to race it safely and effectively. At that point in time, we never knew what the future held, just like you probably know. But lo and behold, here we are 15 years later, still racing. We've ran the Solar Car Challenge, I guess, for 14 of those years. We missed last year due to Australia. We also have made 3 trips to Australia. The last trip was this past fall. That is an adventure of a lifetime, but I have to tell you, so is the race that you're about to go to here in the United States with Dr. Marks. These cross-country races are basically a race of a lifetime. Yeah, you're in Australia, but you're also in the outback and you're camping every night. Well, here you're in the United States, and each night you're at a different place, a different town, often small city, big city, and very unique people. So this is one of the greatest things in the United States, and I'm still honored and privileged to be a part of it, Dr. Marks.
Thank you. We appreciate y'all very much. Just a little vignette on this. One of the people say, well, is it that significantly different to go cross-country as compared to racing at the Speedway? Yeah, the Speedway, you've got a 200,000-seat arena there. Well, nobody really comes to see you. When you take your solar car cross-country and you're going through all these communities, tens of thousands of people come out to see you. We're in a little town in Illinois, known for its white squirrels. And as the teams would come in and park in this parking lot, and the students would get out, there were hundreds of students, little kids, coming up, and they were touching these drivers. And I'm sitting there watching, you know, what's going on here? There's an old movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where they select their person to go up in space with the end, and all these little people, see, I identify with little people. Anyway, all these little people are sitting there touching this guy that's selecting to go off into space. Well, these little kids in Illinois were doing the same thing. And I turned to one of these kids and I said, why are you doing this? And the kid looked at me and said, because these are astronauts. That's what they think of you. They see a car coming in that you've built, that's running off the sun. It's an incredible experience for them to see it, and it's an inspiration. So not only are you having the experience of being able to get out and drive your car that you've worked on for a year, but you're being able to impress so many other young minds. It's a great way to give back and to receive accolades. And the other part of this is, anytime that you break down, you know that's when people are going to come talk to you. You're sitting there off the side of the road, you've got a blowout, or something's happened to your steering, or your suspension, and you're sitting there trying to figure out what to do, and all of a sudden, cars are stopping along the side of the road, and they're coming up and wanting to know about your car. That's a great experience in public relations. It's a wonderful opportunity. I hope you'll be able to do this summer. I want to find out who you are, and maybe to let everybody else know who you are. So if you would introduce your teams or where you're from, you get an idea that you've already seen people from California, from New York, from Mississippi, and from Dallas, of course. But where are you from? Tell us who you are. We'll start with you.
My name is Anthony Lehman. I'm from Harmony Science Academy in Brownsville. This is our first year doing solar car. And this is my team right here. And then one of the parents keeping us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir.
Andy Taylor, new to the solar car team at Byron Nelson High School. 5 miles an hour over here in Roanoke. Some of the other members of the team here with us today. Their car will actually be here later. You can see. We're all just really getting into it.
Andy, glad to have you and your team here. One of the neat experiences is you get a chance to see cars that have been built by some of the schools in the community here. Take your camera, get pictures, ask questions. It's the greatest way to start your program. Find out what these guys did that was right. Maybe more importantly, find out what was wrong. Things that you don't have to repeat with the horrible experiences. Find out neat stuff. That's why there's such value in coming to this kind of workshop. You advance your program exponentially. Glad to have you here. We'll look forward to seeing your car, and I'm praying for dry. Okay, I talked to weathermen and told them they couldn't rain until after lunch. We were happy to have 2 of our high school cars here today, but tomorrow you can see what happens with life after high school. You can join other racing teams. So tomorrow around lunchtime, the University of Texas at Arlington's racing team will be here. And some of our students that took part in our race are a part of that college program. So neat stuff. Back there, next group, please.
Hello, I am Henry Howard, and I'm with the Plano Academy High School. And so we are starting up a solar car team, and we're looking forward to and hoping to race this coming season.
You want to introduce your sponsor?
This is Mr. Ng. Hey guys.
Okay, let's hear it from Plano. Yeah. One more row back, please. Oh,
my name is my name is Mohammed. I'm from HC Dubs, our main school business, and this is actually our first year in the solar car challenge.
I am delighted that you're here. You know, we focus tomorrow on putting together a team and things that will help y'all be a success as a new team. You want to be sure to be a part of that. Welcome. How about behind there, the next row behind?
My name is Alexander Flores. This is my teammate here from Army Science Academy, San Antonio. This is our first year doing the solar car project, so we're really excited on doing this and learning about how to build solar cars.
I think San Antonio is headed for big things, and I'm not just talking about the NFL. You have 2 existing teams in San Antonio, which will be of value to you in a couple of different ways. One, they'll want to encourage you to come be a part of this, but also if you get a chance to visit them, you can find out what they've done and things that help make them a success. Glad to have you here, San Antonio. Good to see you. Back row, back row. We're so delighted to have y'all. That's great. Prosper. Great. As I was talking to your teacher, I think I know someone who can help sponsor y'all back there. That's always a good thing. And Heidi, you want to tell them who you are?
My name is Chaz Trentquist. I'm from Bahamas. We are at this
Shaz, is there no place to sit up here?
Yeah, somebody could have our seat. Because I would gladly come down and help for a little while if you like with your team.
We were thinking, how can we have a solar car race in the Bahamas?
You guys come up, sit down here, so there's, you stay there.
We're delighted you're here. It means a lot to us. By the way, everybody thinks about, we just have teams in the country. We have teams in 31 states. But we also have a team in Mexico, a team in Costa Rica, a team in Puerto Rico, and a team in Uzbekistan. I'm not sure I want to go to Uzbekistan, but I would go to the Bahamas anytime. Okay, tell us who you are, gentlemen.
My name is Michael Singh. I'm from Allen High School. This is going to be my first year Solar Car Challenge. Well, I had a team of 7. My teacher couldn't make it. My friends couldn't make it, so it's just me.
Well, I'm glad you're here. You got quality. What else can you ask for? Now, is this going to be a competition between Allen and your $60 million stadium and Plano with, their academy here? I don't know. Maybe we can have a preliminary up at the stadium on the track there. That would be awesome. And y'all are together?
Yes, I'm Michael Sample.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is Kushan Thacker. This is Bailey Costello. We're from Bartlett, Illinois, actually. This is our first year trying to race. We actually have a 6-person team, including our teacher, but unfortunately they couldn't make it. So, but yeah, this is our first year racing. Hopefully we can get something good started at our school and make this a yearly thing.
Bartlett, Illinois. Tell us about what the weather is like up there.
This is actually one of the better years, but like earlier this week, it was like in the negatives. It was like close to like -3 or 4, and there was snow, so that's always a pain.
Oh, something like when the Vikings were playing their game.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's awesome. We're really glad to have you. Good to see you. Y'all are all together?
No.
It's just us two.
Okay.
I'm John Banks from Kosciuszko, Mississippi, and about 12 years ago, I went and visited Keith, right, had this idea I was going to build a solar car, and I've been to 4 different schools since then. I finally found one that wants to do it. We managed to build a T-shirt, ours, and I don't know if we're going to make a car or not, but we're pretty excited about it. I'm looking for a chassis. I'll buy one. You know what I'm saying? Just get started. Thanks.
Okay. John, we're glad to have you here. Half the battle is being able to pronounce Kosciuszko properly.
That's right. Kosciuszko we get all the time. That's right.
I understand. My wife's family would have been very at home there because they were from Mississippi hundreds of years ago, so they know that area. Where are y'all from?
My name is Jerome, and this is the Girls Science Solar Clearance team. We are from Detroit, Michigan. We are collected across different high schools across the metro Detroit area, and it's our second year racing. And our
We are delighted to have y'all. Y'all started last year, and you had such an impact upon the whole race. It was an incredible experience. Whenever a new team joins us, they sort of set goals that I think are practical. And one of the goals from Heroes Alliance was to get their car out and ready on the track and whatever. And the exciting thing is, this is really not a competition. Our philosophy is that we are a cooperation, because by the time you finally get to the race, you are a success. You are a winner because what you've had to do to get there. You've had to raise money, you've had to plan, design, engineer, build, things break, re-engineer, and you finally get to the race. So you are a winner when you get there. So when Heroes Alliance car went out there and got on the track and was doing it, everybody, since y'all were a new team, everybody who was there at the race came up to the pit wall and clapped and applauded you. And we do. It's a huge success. I'm glad y'all are back. Congratulations to that. Our next group here.
Luis Vasquez. We're from Knifer, Texas, Deep South Texas. We have a couple of our students here, and we're hoping to finish our cars this Sunday. And we'll be here.
Library, we're glad to have you. Good stuff. Did we get everybody? Now, the sponsors are Hero Alliance. Y'all got to stand. You know, come on, stand. We got sponsors deserve for what they put into this. And yes, back there, please.
Hi, I'm Veronica Mills. We're from the Custodial High School, and I'm here with some of the students, our sponsors, directly with so I'm very thrilled about it. This will be our second year participating in something like that.
We're very proud to have y'all here. Thank you very much. Has everybody been introduced? Well, it's an exciting, yes.
That's just me, nobody's here.
Well, come on, me, tell us.
Kansas City, Missouri. So this is our first year. We're gonna see. I wanna know how to build the car, and we can just if there's knowledge to our students.
You're with Frontier Schools.
Yes, Frontier Schools.
Glad to have you here. Anything we can do to help you, please let us know. Yes, sir.
Steve Marcus. I'm with the Byron Nelson team here locally in town. First year to be involved, although the team's been in it for about a few years.
Steve, glad to have you here, man. Thank you all for enjoying a day, better day to be inside than it is to be outside, because around noonish they're expecting some precipitation and maybe a little bit of sleet, maybe a little bit of snow and all that kind of thing. Hey, we're in Texas. It was 70 degrees yesterday. It'll be 40 degrees at least today. Well, let's introduce our main speakers this morning. Yes, we've got a team of 5 people who are going to be talking to you. If you look at the agenda, we're covering a lot of very meaty material this morning. So Keith?
Let me make sure that my name is Mark Westlake. I teach science at St. Thomas Academy in Mendota Heights, Minnesota. This is my co-moderator, Carolyn Little. Carolyn Little teaches French at St. Thomas Academy. Carolyn, why don't you tell them how you got coerced into being part of the experimental vehicle program?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say that you probably have a lot of untapped potential in your schools, and teachers or moderators who don't necessarily teach science. As Mr. Westlake said, as Mark said, I teach French. I am the French department, and I never would have gotten involved in the solar cars had my classroom not been moved right next to his. Now you have to understand, in our school, we just teach boys, and it's due to lack of room and movement, my classroom got moved, and it was just his and mine right off the cafeteria. So it was just the two of us in the middle of kind of nowhere, and this sea of boys who would come by and eat all the time. And he came by one day and he said, I really hope I'm not being too loud, as I don't remember what you were doing. You were building some sort of car, a chassis or something in the classroom. And I came by and I was like, wow, this is really neat. And then I went on I chaperoned one of the events, and I sat there and I was looking at the guys as they were sitting there and they're doing math calculations and all the vehicles that they built, and I thought this was so neat. And I just ended up becoming involved in it. So there we go.
It turns out that I'm not good at a lot of things. And I've learned that as time has gone on. mainly because Carolyn is so good at so many things, and I can't even tell you how much easier it makes your life as a moderator of a program if you have that other person who can take care of the things that you are not good at. So here's a great example. I don't like contacting parents, and I'm really quite bad at it. And so parents would go through a better part of a build cycle over a year with very little clue about what was happening on a daily or weekly basis. And then they would get this surprise email from me at the very end where they would find out when we're leaving, and then we'd be gone. Madame has been great at keeping both sponsors engaged, parents informed, and has done a great job promoting our program. In fact, our program has kind of gained in visibility, mainly because of the work that she does. So we have our own roles, and it really is it's been a great thing for us. Thank you, John, for doing that. Mr. Cabe, the wise sage of solar car racing, I can't even tell you how much he has helped me along the way, if for no other reason than to bounce ideas off of somebody. And the one thing I love about Mr. Cabe is that he is always available for questions. So never be afraid to ask him. Keith Reese has been the pro of solar car racing for as long as I've raced solar cars. Right from the very beginning when we did the Solar Car Challenge, I suppose the first year was 2005 when we went to Pasadena.
That's right.
And we met the Houston, Mississippi solar car team. They are a picture of perfection. They know what doesn't work. They take care of details. And as we go through here, if you're curious about how to really build a solar car that has limited problems, it's going to run all day, and has been thoroughly tested and vetted, Mr. Reese's cars are the best every single year. Anyways, let me tell you a little bit about my background. I grew up in a garage in Detroit, Michigan. My father is a mechanic by trade, and I went on. I'm a physics teacher now at an all-boys Catholic military school, which is kind of a weird deal. We have about 650 students between 7th and 12th grade. About 17 years ago, 18 years ago now, a group of students came and said, hey, Mr. Westlake, we want to build a go-kart. I had no interest in doing that at all. I said, if you can find a contest for us to enter, I'll help you, I'll be involved in it, we'll try to get some money for it. And the very first year, we entered a Minnesota super mileage challenge, one of those fuel efficiency races. And then the rest is, as they say, history. For 18 years now, every year we've built a different car, and we've been through different competitions. I think we've been at the Solar Car Challenge 4 times now, is that right? Four different times over those years. Really, this is the premier, the gem of all of the experiences that we have gone to. So congratulations for getting to this point, making it into the room with these wild visions of what your car perhaps will be as you go through.
Would you tell us about how you built your first electric solar-powered car last year and what happened to you in New York?
Oh, yeah. Maybe, and I'll have Carolyn kind of add some pieces to this. Last year, we entered the new solar electric division, and we'll talk about that, and we can talk about that in a second too. The solar electric division was completely unique, and we were looking for something unique in that you have an electric car and a solar charging station, so two separate entities. And the only place that you can charge your car is with your charging station. So kind of a unique challenge. It offered up a whole bunch of different problems than what we were used to with the car. I know that Williams' team had done that too. And we loved the challenge. And so we took that on, built this funny looking car that met the rules, and then was a two-person car, and we could drive around. Well, in the end, we were contacted by Dr. Marks and our friends at National Geographic to bring our car out to New York City to promote the new, what is it?
It was the Breakthrough. It was
Yeah.
a movie premiere.
Yeah,
movie
breakthrough series of
about
television
science.
shows.
Yeah.
So we send our car to New York City, which is hilarious, and they wrap it in vinyl. So our car, two McLarens, a McLaren P1.
It was really surreal going in the garage.
Yeah, and BMW i8.
There was a hydrogen fuel cell.
Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, it was our car, a car from Calgary, and a car from Germany, and then 10 supercars, cars that a high school teacher usually isn't allowed in the same room.
They let us sit in them too.
So the highlight of this is we have our small solar car sitting next to this $1.3 million McLaren P1. So we get to New York City, and we're driving our car around in Manhattan for basically a week. They had hoped to put us on the Uber platform, which made my head spin a little bit. The fact that somebody could use their phone to call me for a ride. I can't imagine how that looks to somebody who expects to get from Times Square to Rockefeller Plaza, for example, and I pull up in this student-built car. The good news is that in most cases they were picked up by a supercar. And so people were pleasantly surprised.
It was amazing, you know, as Dr. Mark said, on going a cross-country event, you get people coming out. Well, we would drive through the streets, and we had people stop their car in traffic, get out of their car to take pictures of us.
Only in New York.
Only in New York, yeah.
Is that New York values?
And I have to say, I spoke French every day about our car to French tourists traveling. So also before you discredit, you know, j'étais en train de parler toujours, and so it was really awesome. The kids would be like, Madame, I think they're French. And there I am speaking about a solar car to French tourists.
So it was a neat experience.
It was crazy.
I'll try to put some pictures in for you to see later. So let's get started. This has got a lot of stuff today, a lot of technical information. Our goal, right from the very beginning, is to help you choose the right things, and maybe more importantly, try to avoid some of the mistakes that I have made, that Keith has made, that Lee has made, and William has made along the way. So we're going to go through some technical things today. There are 4 different classes now that you can enter your car in. We'll talk about each one as we go along. Each one with different rules and different levels of difficulty, I think. So if we can go to the next slide, please. The classic division is where, yes, please.
Sorry, just a quick question. Will these slides be available to us?
Yes. Yeah, we'll have, can we put them someplace?
Yeah.
Oh, you have a.
I do.
Look at this.
Yes, but yes, we will put whatever we present today up on our workshop page.
Does that like include the video, like whoever's presenting or something?
We will try to get a video out there as well. We'll see what we can do. Right now, we are broadcasting live for those if there are people.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Well, we're trying to work it out because we know some people can't make it, and so we are broadcasting live. So you know, but yeah, I'll see what I can do to get those recordings put in a place where people can access.
Okay, thank you.
The first the first entry-level solar car division is the classic division. A couple things about the classic division. It is the least expensive, I think, of all of the divisions to enter. The technology is reasonable. The parts are in most cases readily available, and high school students, this is a great place for you to kind of put things together without a ton of technological expertise. There's a limit to how efficient the solar panels can be. Is it 19% for the cells or the modules? The modules. So when you buy, and we'll talk more about solar cells as we go. 19% is amazingly efficient compared to where we were in 2005, where I think an efficient classic division car was about 15%. So 4% is a big improvement over the last 10 years or so. No hub motors, so almost every single one of these cars has a drive motor that drives a wheel simply by a chain or a belt mechanism. I use standard lead acid batteries, so this would rule out things like lithium, iron, phosphate batteries, or nickel metal hydride, so all these different choices. So you're using heavy batteries in the car. The good news is that those batteries are relatively inexpensive compared to some of the other chemistries to go along with it. The 2014 car, this is the Classic Division champion from Byron Nelson. This is a standard looking Classic Division car. Not to say that yours has to look like this, but it's a theme that we see throughout the Classic Division, where you have a drivable chassis underneath a solar array, photovoltaic array that sits over the driver. This is something that is, it's easy for students to work out the problems that go along with this. Let's see if this works. The veteran class division, William, maybe you can say something about this, or Doctor?
So we started this new division called the Veteran Classic Division, primarily because the idea is the Classic Division is meant to be an entry-level division. You know, you get new teams building new things, so you're competing against each other. And so the Veteran Classic essentially follows the same rules as the Classic Division, but 3 or more years, if you have the same car, then you would be bumped up into the Veteran Classic Division. Of course, that is not a Veteran Classic Division car. That's the Houston, Mississippi car that is now in the Advanced Division. But just, you know, want to put pictures in there. But the Veteran Classic is the idea that if you're keeping with the same car, that you've been around for a while, so we want to have you compete against other veteran teams rather than entry-level teams.
Just like that, it blew up something.
So what constitutes a same car?
Primarily the same frame and same major components in terms of like motor control and things like that. I think Byron Nelson would classify as veteran, yes.
The Advanced Division, this is where you see some really quite amazing cars. There's no limit to the battery chemistry for these cars. So a lot of these cars are going to use a lithium chemistry in there, whether it's lithium iron or lithium iron type chemistry in there. So there's some cell issues, some extra electronics that have to go along in that car to keep it safe. There has to be a battery management system in there that balances cells and keeps things working the way that they should. In this division, cars can be made from a university mold. So they can go out and if a university has built a solar car and still has the original mold, you could get that mold from them and then make your own body in the mold. You cannot use a mold, or you cannot use a body from a university. So you have to actually fabricate the body, but having the mold in hand really does cut the time down.
I have some molds. My wife says I have to get them out of my yard. So they're in New York. If anybody wants the mold of your original car, as a matter of fact, I still have that.
I am so glad you have it and we don't.
And, there are molds in New York. If you'd like to come to New York, they'll cost you $1. No, they're free. So
he'll pay you.
Yeah.
Come and get them. So.
Just see me and they're yours.
The motors in these cars are very sophisticated in most cases. Typically hub motors that are right in the wheel, so there's no efficiency losses due to driving a chain. I did that again. That button is just too easy to push. Solar electric power, this is, we started to talk about this earlier. The classic rules fit with this car, so you still have to use lead acid batteries. There's a limit to the solar cells that you can use on your charging station. The unique thing about it is that it has to carry a passenger. This was super cool, I thought, because we had never built a two-person car. Every car that we'd ever built We've always been a one-person car. So now we've got this two-person car, which means that we have to put somebody else in there out on the track while it's going along. It turns out that driving a solar car at Texas Motor Speedway for 3 hours is not boring. Sitting in a solar car at Texas Motor Speedway as a passenger, I guess, is pretty boring. The drivers never complain, but the passengers almost always complain about that. I'll tell you what is boring as the coach, as the moderator, is watching your solar car go by every 3 minutes for 4 days. That's pretty painful. The minimum on, there's a, for the driver and the passenger, they have to weigh at least 320 pounds, so they're checked from right at the very beginning. They're giving wristbands so that you know how much they weigh. If they weigh less than that, you can ballast them up like you would a jockey on a racehorse, so that you, it keeps things fair. So you're not finding two 80-pound, 15-year-old girls to put in there. That'd be a big advantage, I suppose. They're required to do a daily task. Doctor.
It is during the race, cross-country race. If you're driving one of the electric solar-powered cars, each day you're going to have a different task to do. Like one day, they have to pull off and go buy groceries and deliver those groceries at the end of the race day to whatever's going on. Next day, they have to do a load of wash. In other words, you're using the car in a regular environment. One of the days will be going through McDonald's drive-thru just to see what people have to say. So something where you use a car in a normal style, but that's what this is all about.
Yes.
Do they have the license plates for to be able to?
Yes. Yes. We will. You provide us a car that goes through our scrutineering process. You provide us liability insurance, and the state of Texas will provide you a 30-day license plate. When we started doing this race back in 1993, preparing for it, we got the legislature to pass an experimental vehicle law that makes it possible for us to do this. So you ought to see what it's like going to the Dallas County vehicle station when I go in there and say, I'd like to get solar car licenses for like 30 cars. You can see their eyes rolling back in their heads.
And I'll tell you, one of the things that Dr. Marks has done a great job with, and has made a huge difference for our school, was for these events, he's been able to secure a kind of a group insurance deal that you could buy.
Yes. Just to add on this, one of the problems that we've had in this is that you've got to have liability insurance in order to get the license. Now, some of the schools will go ahead and put your car under their umbrella liability insurance policies, like with all the other cars in their division. But if they won't, or you're with a school that doesn't have that kind of licensing, then we finally found, after years of looking, an insurance company here in Dallas that will write you a liability insurance policy. By the way, we have absolutely no relationship with them. We get no financial or any other benefit from them. It's just a service to you. So if you can't find liability insurance, let us know, and we will help you find an insurance company.
And I can't even tell you how that saved us. As a small private school, our governing insurance agent wouldn't touch us. I mean, they were just like, no, you can't do it. But the Frederickson really made it super easy, and it was inexpensive for us to have insurance. I think it was $400 for the event, which was, for us, basically free in the big picture of things. So we could not have entered the event without that insurance. So we were really quite worried until they made it work for us. So I'll tell you about doing the daily task. A daily task in New York City is hilarious. If you're trying to drive from one spot, like Times Square, over to the Museum of Natural History, nothing in New York happens fast because there's so much traffic. But it is humorous as you try to drive a passenger from place to place. So I like the daily task idea, Doc. I think that's great.
Question?
Yes.
Yes. Do you guys ever get a ticket for going under limit or over limit?
No, because that's where you need a PR person with your team. Now, one of the things is whenever we go cross country, we talk to every law enforcement authority along the way. State level, county level, city level, any special districts, I will have talked to every police chief. They're so supportive of what we do. They're delighted because so many times they're having to deal with kids who are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Here we're doing something that they're excited about, so they will go out of their way to help you. When we were going through Carlsbad on our way to California the last time, the New Mexico Highway Patrol met us in Carlsbad and provided little bags of goodies to each one of the kids. I mean, they're excited to support us. The highway patrols, the city police, they're directing traffic. You know, they're not going to bother you. And if not, you give me a call and I'm there too. Shake hands. And
I will have to add that the rules require you to follow all traffic laws, which means you can't go over the limits. And the race does have a minimum speed limit of 15 miles per hour. So you do need to comply with those things, and that avoids, you're not going to get in trouble with the law that way.
so if you're going through Allen, Texas, and you ran a red light, they're going to give you a ticket, and you're going to get a ticket there. But we'll also give you a penalty for getting the ticket. We love you both ways.
The final part about this division that we really didn't think we were going to enjoy, but really enjoyed a lot, was the solar charging station. We liked building it. We liked testing it. The electronics were kind of fun to deal with. The power point tracker that went along with it, and the programming of that, and then running the battery packs back and forth with the cars. In this division, you get two battery packs. Each battery pack is 2,000 watt-hour battery packs, so 2 kilowatt-hour battery packs. So this is less than is the rule for everybody else. Everybody else gets 5,000 watt-hours of battery. The solar electric cars get 4,000 watt-hours, split up into 2 battery packs. So the way it works is you always have a battery pack at the charger charging, right, and one in the car, which means that when cars are running out of energy, they come in, they have these NASCAR-like swaps where battery packs come out, new battery packs go in, and then they're off back into the event. So it's really kind of a neat, it was a neat diversion for us, for sure.
It was really fun. So, my team and the St. Thomas team both were in the division last year, first year in the division. And what I remember from the race was on the last day, on the last session, I'm watching the cars, and we had 4 cars in the division, and for some reason, we all synchronized. So all 4 cars were coming off the track about the same time. We're doing NASCAR changes for the batteries, and we got back out of there. It's almost like, in the NASCAR, you try to pit quickly and then you get out again. Yeah. I saw all 4 cars pit at the same time, go right back out of the track, and we kept running. It was fun.
It was really fun watching students make decisions about when they could come in and switch, when the battery pack was full, what the time cost was for coming in and switching that battery pack. It was really, if you're looking for a unique challenge as you move along in solar car racing, highly recommended. So yes.
This is the first slide you mentioned insurance, but I'm assuming it's for all divisions.
Yes. Yeah. Any other questions about this? Okay. Yes.
Typically, how long do they last on 2 kilowatt hours?
Depends.
Yeah, in Texas Motor Speedway, we ran about 25 miles an hour for about an hour and a half at a time.
It depends. It's a strategy question, right? I knew that St. Thomas Academy always ran a longer period of time than the Walnut team did. We ran about an hour, tried to get out faster, and so it's a strategy thing. We knew that we'd get out there and we'd run a little faster and try to gain the laps, but we knew that we're going to lose time, changing the batteries. And so it's how you design it and how efficient you can make your car. But yeah, you guys went about an hour and a half, a little more, I think, if I recall.
A little bit more.
And we were about an hour, maybe a little less, depending on how fast we can charge our batteries and then how much we're draining our batteries.
And we were almost always putting full battery packs in the car. Same with you guys.
We were always.
So it was a fun challenge and something unique. So let's talk about getting your car rolling. We'll talk about the materials, we'll talk about what you need as far as safety items. We'll talk about how to make it so that when your car goes down the road, it doesn't break into a million pieces. And then we'll talk about wheels and brakes a little bit. And so my friend Lee and Keith will help me as we go through this part. We use a number of different materials for the fabrication of the frame. The most common and the one that I still believe in the most is steel, regular 4130 chromoly steel. It's relatively inexpensive, it's easy to work with, it is easiest to weld of all of them, especially if you're using a thicker wall to weld things together. If you start to get into some really thin wall tubing, then there's some welding techniques you have to use along the way. The nice thing about steel is that it's super easy to fix on the side of the road. Almost every little town you drive into is going to have an auto body shop and somebody there with a welder that can help tack things together. A lot of teams actually will bring small MIG welders with simply to fix things when they break. Cars break. Our cars have broke and we've had to ask for help getting those welded back together. The nice thing about steel, and the thing that perhaps I like the best about it, is that when you find out it doesn't work, you put it together, you take it out, you drive it, you're like, well, that's undrivable. It's really easy to go back into the shop and just cut pieces off and replace those pieces. Our first car, the one we drove cross country, we were very excited about it. We used some of the ideas that we'd used on past cars, took it out onto the road. First time that we built this huge, heavy car, and immediately put it into the ditch because it was undrivable because of our front end design. So a couple of weeks ago, we had to go back into the shop, we cut the front end off, and we're able to just add on pieces that we like. Aluminum, lots of teams have, yes, please.
You mentioned welding. What do you think is the best way for a student to learn how to weld?
The learn how to part, I mean, there's a lot of technical courses you can take. I know that for us there's a local technical college that even high school students can go and take a welding course at. If you find a mentor or an expert who's willing to donate time, that's the best possible case where you can sit there as an apprentice and learn how to do it. Welding's a funny thing. Of all the skills that I have learned over the course of my life, welding is by far my favorite skill. It changes the way I see things because I don't have to nut and bolt things together anymore. I can just take it home, and I have a TIG welder there, and I can weld things together. So we started out with a little MIG welder, a little Hobart 120, and just plugged it in and made really messy welds. So play with it. I mean, I think if you have a welder, I would just weld things together. Yeah.
What is the minimum wall thickness you would recommend on a
Well, almost every car that we have built, the main frame, not the safety components, but the main frame of it has been 0.035, so 35 thousandths. Parts, support pieces that don't have to give the frame integrity can be 28 thousandths. That's getting really, really thin. And it's more difficult to weld. Things like roll bars and crush stones, we make that all out of 0.058, so 58 thousandths. So, and for us, the roll bar, I think, if I go back here, slide, right here, this roll bar, that's all 58 thousandths. So right there. So, but the side pieces, like these pieces, are probably those bigger tubes in there, those are all 35 thousandths. So that does save some weight along the way.
Race has minimum requirements now, the roll bar.
Yeah, right, yes. And when we get to the roll bar and crush stone, we'll talk about that a little bit. But you can also apply for waivers. So if you can demonstrate that, you know, a smaller diameter tube with a thicker wall is just as safe as a big diameter tube with a thin wall. So there's some trade-offs. In most cases, err on the side of safety. because we've made the mistake of erring on the side of being too light, and then things break.
Actually, let me talk about that in advance. We'll revisit at the rule side, but the idea is in the rules there are minimum outside diameter and thickness of material for the roll bar and the roll cage. Those are fairly conservative. We really would like you, as part of your learning, to do the engineering and say, hey, you know, this is the load that's on this thing. This is what the thickness that you need, and you just show it to us, and we say, we'll evaluate it and say, yeah, that looks good or not. We just put a guideline in there. We didn't want to put numbers in there, but so many teams have asked, well, what is the way we can comply with this? And then we just overbuilt it. So we, you know, if, again, like Mark said, if you get into building this thing and you say, hey, I think this works, this is the engineering behind it, submit it to us and we'll review it as a waiver request.
Yeah, and there's a huge advantage to testing. One of the things that Mr. Reese does very well is they take their cars out and they drive them and try to break them. You would much rather have your car break close to home when you're testing it than on the side of the road someplace in western Texas. So we always try to say, we want to fail as quickly as we can. If we're going to break it, let's break it in the school parking lot so we can just drag it back and figure out what's going on. My father, as a mechanic, every single car that we have ever built, he has looked at it and said, that's going to break. That's the worst thing ever. So he's very critical. He would build things with big, thick tubes because he wants it to last forever. Doesn't realize that it only has to last a week. So it's aluminum, lots of teams use it. There are some real advantages to it. One of it is that the tubes are relatively light. The bad thing about aluminum is that you have to have a lot more of it to have the same amount of strength that you would have in chromoly. There's some temperature issues with aluminum too that makes aluminum relatively brittle in some cases, depending on who or how you weld it. But lots of teams use it, so we have not played with it, but lots of teams use it successfully.
What's the average cost per foot for aluminum?
I don't know. I bet you it's similar to chromoly. I would bet. You know, maybe $5 a foot, depending on. One of the problems with aluminum is there's so many different alloys of aluminum. So finding a tube, most of it's probably made of 6061. 6061. And that's a easy to weld tubing, but you can get so many different alloys that do so many different things. My head spins when I open a catalog and look at aluminum tubing. Titanium. I know that Malcolm has his team built an entire car out of titanium tubing and sheeting. Super impressive. Titanium is this unique metal in that everybody thinks it's this miracle metal, but the truth is titanium has some real problems also. Titanium is super strong, super resilient, bounces back, but it's really not very stiff as far as tubes go. So a lot of times you either have to fabricate it in a unique way to compensate for its lack of stiffness, or you have to add more material to get it so that it will drive down the road without squirming all over the place. There's a reason that they use it for golf club driver faces, and that is because the face of the club deforms a lot when you hit a golf ball with it, and the ball travels farther. So there are some unique things about titanium. It is harder to weld, no doubt about it. You have to, when you weld titanium, you have to make sure that the weld is shielded from all sides. So usually you use something like argon gas, but you also have to make sure that the inside of the tube is flooded with argon gas and the outside, because titanium is a great metal. Titanium oxide, what happens when you heat it up, is really not a metal at all. It just kind of crumbles into pieces. So a bad titanium weld is 100 times worse than a bad aluminum or a bad chromoly weld. So you'll have a lot more problems. I don't even know where you buy titanium tubing. So I mean, I'm sure you can someplace.
They sell it as heat tubing.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, so you can get many different sizes.
Maybe this next part, I'll talk about it a little bit first, and then I'll have Lee, if you want to talk about this part. We have played with carbon fiber for the frame of the car in the past. In fact, the last couple of cars that we built had a seat tub made out of carbon fiber that we attached suspension pieces to. So the seat tub, the carbon fiber seat tub, served as part of the frame for the car. Almost every car body that we had built has been made out of carbon fiber, but the bodies of our car really have no structural help at all. They're there simply to move air around the car, so they don't really have to offer us any real strength. But Mr. Cave has come up with kind of a neat way to use carbon fiber to build a car frame, the frame part. Do you want to talk about that for just a second?
Yeah, carbon fiber is expensive. That's what everybody says, and it's true. The cost of the carbon fiber is expensive to start with. I'll just pass this around. This space has been like this, and people have jumped on this for about 10 years now. So, but you'll see how surprisingly lightweight it is. It's also surprisingly stiff. You were mentioning titanium. Our first titanium frame, we welded it together. Horrible welding, very difficult welding. And the student got in it and it just sagged.
Yeah.
It just sagged down because it's very flexible. So we had to beef it up a thing. Carbon fiber is stiff. And yes, it is expensive. Expensive to buy the carbon fiber, very lightweight. But that's not the greatest expense. The greatest expense is mistakes. When you're going to make something out of composites, you have to prepare very well, and then you set it up and it hardens in about 3 hours. And if you don't have everything prepared and ready to go, you've ruined that whole thing probably, and you're out a great deal of money, whatever that cost you. And at the end of that 3 hours, if it's wrong, you've also lost a great deal of money. That's the biggest problem with carbon fiber. You have to sort of know what you're doing before you do it. But the reason we got into a carbon fiber frame is because it's very easy to put together once you make the carbon fiber tubes. You can just saw it, metal. It's not metallic. It's very easy to saw with any kind of saw. You just take a circular saw and you fish mount it, and they fit together very easily. And then if you look up here at this, we just take a strap of Kevlar and wrap it in such a way that it covers the whole joint, and that's what we're passing around. Very strong. So as far as being very hard to repair on the road, the carbon fiber, the epoxy is going to take 3 hours to set up. So that's why you wouldn't be able to get a very quick repair. It's best to leave it overnight. But you can come up here and look at this, see how lightweight it is. It takes a beating, keeps on ticking, and we think it's a great addition to frames because it is so easy to put together, like a little Lego sort of thing, put it together. Yes?
Do you think it's wise to mix
Different materials? It's very difficult to get them together. For instance, you couldn't weld chrome moly into aluminum. You could put the carbon fiber onto anything because you're gluing it on. So that would lend itself to, like you said, the carbon fiber seat and things like that, carbon fiber parts. Yes?
Very expensive. Could you quantify that?
I can tell you right now that carbon is about $40 a linear yard. and a linear yard is 50 inches wide. So to put together a frame like the one pictured here, that's $5,000 worth of carbon and another $2,500 worth of resin.
Yeah.
Say, not counting the tooling that went into setting that up. So
These are plates here. This is not carbon fiber tubing. These are carbon fiber plates. Very common in design. You'll see the suspension is held on with a carbon fiber plate. Somewhat easier to use and put together. A lot of the colleges are using carbon fiber panels. Keith, you got carbon fiber panels from the airlines, didn't you? Or some kind of fiber.
Carbon fiber, the floorboard of all of the commercial airlines are made out of that stuff. You're going to be able to get it. It's, as I said, incredibly light, incredibly strong. This is an advanced system. Very few new teams will tackle this. And if you don't have, there's a huge learning curve to this kind of stuff.
yeah, I can't even count the number of times we've had to throw a part in the trash.
Right.
And the more expensive the mistake, the more likely I am to do it under the cover of darkness. And usually it comes with the words, "Please don't tell Madame Little," as we go through and do that. If you are interested in this, if in your head right now you're thinking, we're going to build a sweet carbon fiber car, you should come and visit us when we're making a part, so that we can show you why it's much. We can make the learning curve less steep, so we can show you how to do it and not make as many mistakes. Yes.
So were these tubes fabricated, or were the tubes purchased? You all created the tubes also?
We did, yes. It's pretty complicated, but make the tubes. As you can imagine, it gets some kind of form and you have to wrap it on the outside, and then you have to get the form out.
And there's a bladder, you use the bladder, and there's a balloon inside that basically pushes the carbon up against a tube shape.
You can buy the tube in now too.
Yeah, you can buy it. It's really expensive. You know, almost so expensive you're like, yeah, we're not going to do that.
And you wrote a white paper
Yeah.
on how to do this sort of composite stuff.
Yeah,
as well.
on the website there's a little paper on there, and I should update that because there's some things that we've done a little bit different to save some time and money. So.
But I mean, take him up on the offer if you really want to do that. I mean, there's nothing like actually being there and watching the process being done. You can read it, it's like, oh yeah, this makes sense, and then you start doing it, and it doesn't quite all come together. So.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about frame materials at this point? Yes.
Are there any others besides the ones you sewed that would you recommend to use?
For frame materials?
Yes.
I mean, I think that in parts of it, I mean, if you're putting frames together, the main part I think are those four choices. But I mean, there's no reason you couldn't use plywood in parts to hold pieces together. I mean, there's plastics that are unique that I suppose if you were careful with and used in clever ways, you know.
I've seen fiberglass parts,
yeah.
not full frames.
Yeah. I think what you have to decide is what you're going to do with it. So if it's a part that's going to hold the speedometer for your car, I mean, you wouldn't want to make that out of carbon. Take the time to make that out of carbon fiber or weld up a big bracket for it. You might just take a piece of aluminum and just bend it and pop rivet it on. So it depends on where you're going to use it in the car. Or anything else. Yes.
What is a fitter mode for the commodity steel?
I use, and I have to remember because every time I do this it changes. It's like SR71. Let me look.
Sorry, SR71 gets me to think about the Blackbird.
Oh yeah, no, but it's a certain mix. I'll look it up and I'll tell you what I'm using right now because some filler materials are more flexible and are easier to put into the weld. Some are stiffer, so depending on what you're welding. So when I'm doing really thin stuff, 28,000. There's a special filler that I'm using for that. I'll look it up and I'll tell you. I don't remember off the top of my head. Yes.
Does anybody use any other materials for the frame?
These are the, I can't think of any.
Some of the questions before you answer them.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
There's a lot of people back here that don't hear.
Thank you. His question was, can you think of any other frame materials outside of the four here? So I can't. So.
I can't imagine anything because, you know, composite covers a lot of different things. Aluminum covers a lot of different alloys. You know, steel, there's, you know, just different sizes. So I don't really see anything in the realm, but that doesn't preclude it.
If I was building a car for the very first time, I'd build it out of 4130 chromoly steel. So, yeah.
You listed a bunch of pros for iron, but I didn't see a single comments.
That's because it's my favorite, and I can't think of any. Other than it weighs a little bit more. His question was, what are the negatives for using something like chromoly steel? You know, that alloy of steel, I think is the easiest for teams to work with, bar none. So.
I would say one of the things is cost when compared to steel.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, steel has a lot, like, you know, mild steel just has a lot of downsides in terms of weight and things like that. But, you know, if you're a starting team, my philosophy has always been overbuild it and then optimize later. And so you could, you know, spend less and build a car out of mild steel for cheaper.
You get it a hardware store.
Yeah, and then you can, you know, upgrade to a chromoly or something later if funds is an issue, right? But in terms of, you know, technology and stuff, chromoly is great.
Yeah, one of the nice things about chromoly steel is that it seems there's a limitless choice for tube sizes and shapes, which, you know, you can get it square, you can get it rectangular, you can get it in aerodynamic shapes, different wall thicknesses. There's a lot of resources. I used to always order it from one place called Dillsburg Aircraft. They've gone out of business now. So we've been ordering from another aircraft supply store. It's Wix. It seems to be my current go-to place. So it's on the list, I think, of suppliers on the website. Yes?
So would you say it's best to use rectangular tubing or circular?
The question is, do you use rectangular or regular? Yeah, circular. What would tubular shape? I don't know. I guess it depends on how you're going to weld it together a little bit. We use round tubing really across the board, and a hole saw, a bimetallic hole saw, to cut fish mouths in it so that one piece fits up against another piece. There's a tool called ye old joint jigger, but there's lots of different tools that do this. That you use a drill and a bimetallic hole saw, and it cuts really nice fish mouths so that the two tubes fit together, and you have more surface to weld to. Super easy. Yes.
Can you weld chromoly and mild steel together if you wanted to start with mild?
You can. You need kind of a different filler for that. One that it's not the chromoly part that's going to be a problem. It's the mild steel sometimes that is an issue. Yeah, you can do that for sure. So we've done it. Okay, we'll move on. Okay, first the roll bar and crush zone. William, you want to talk about this part for a minute?
Yeah, so actually there are three terms that are used: roll cage, roll bar, and crush zone. So let me sort of explain a bit of that. The idea is when you have a driver in a seat, you're going to have some sort of hoop that goes over the driver that prevents, if the car was to flip over, that would prevent the driver from hitting the ground, essentially. That is called the roll bar. After that, all the structural components that are around the driver become the roll cage. And then outside of the roll cage, and if you'll see a lot of these in regular race cars, You'll have a cage around the driver, and then there's something else, some other structure outside of it. And the space in between that outside structure and that inner cage is what we call the crush zone. Okay? So having defined what that is, your roll cage, the framing right around you, must go around the entire driver, you know, feet and head and all that stuff. You can move to that. So you would see, you know, on here, all this part, you know, around the driver become the roll cage. This piece vertical there is the roll bar. Okay, so there are particular sizes for the roll bar that you have to fit, and then there's particular sizes of the roll cage, including dimensionally you have some spacing that's required. But the whole idea is you've got your driver in a cocoon, you've got some outer structural members that if you were to get in an accident, it would absorb the force before it gets into the roll cage area. Okay, and so that's really what we're trying to promote, is that you've got buffer space so that it can absorb the thing. So one of the things not on here is that you know, if you were to put batteries right next to your driver, that doesn't count as a crush zone, because now you've got a structural frame member hitting and breaking pushing the batteries into the driver. That's not a crush zone. Yes.
So since you use, say, I have like build their own batteries for a car that or say I have laptop batteries in this one, they were to build like these batteries. Is there a way to
Well, okay, so separate from this discussion, but let me address that. The question was whether or not you could build your own battery pack using things like laptop batteries. I would not suggest that. That is there's a lot better ways to do that. But you know, that would be a lithium type of chemistry that would bump you into the advanced division. You'd still need to get some sort of protection systems so that it doesn't overcharge or undercharge and things like that. Theoretically, yes, you could very highly discourage that. But you run under the same rules. You have 5 kilowatt hours that you have to put together. So you find out your capacity of those batteries. You piece them all together. But don't do that. Please don't do that. It's not meant to do that.
They're not designed to series to those voltages. It would never work.
Right.
Are the crush zones for 15 centimeters? Is that measured from the inside or the outside of the zone?
From the outside. Yeah, so crush zone, your 15 centimeters would go from this outer frame member to this inner wall there. So basically, one of the key things to note in this picture is, you know, there's a bar right here. That is not part of the crush zone, right? And the crush zone needs to have some spacing around it. And actually, even this one, the roll cage, which is this inner part, really ought to have some spacing. I believe it's 5 centimeters or so. So you really can't, you know, that was bad because you got the guy's elbows sitting on there, so there's no space at all. So this is a little closer where you can see some spacing in your roll cage, and then here's your crush zone right there. Okay, questions?
So one of the requirements for registering was having drawings of your crush zone.
Yes.
And we were wondering what those were supposed to look like. If you want like AutoCAD inventor drawings of like a person and then the dimensions of the crush zone, or?
Yeah, I mean, so the question was, you know, for registration, how do you represent the crush zone? We want it explicitly marked as saying, this is the crush zone area. You do not have to have like an actual person, but you can draw a block that says driver, you know, but you need to show dimensionally, you know, on each direction, you know, forward, back, left, and right, this is the crush zone area, so that we can see this is how, you know, if you were to get in an accident, how your frame would crumble. Okay. Any other questions?
For your roll cage area, that would have to be specific to the size of the driver. You
Yes, and so we measure to the largest. We measure to the largest driver. Basically, what we do in scrutineering is we will test every driver for that 5 centimeters. So essentially, you have to size to your largest driver. Other questions about roll cage, roll bar, crush zones? So lots of good representations here for that.
When you start to build your solar car, and maybe you are already building it, I think that the very first place to start is with wheels. I honestly think that wheels are the most challenging part of building a solar car. It is hard to choose wheels that are relatively light, that you can find tires for, that somehow you're going to be able to match a hub and brakes to, that you can attach these pieces to your car so that it rolls down the road. There are some expensive ways to do it. Can you even buy those NGM wheels anymore? You can still buy those?
Well, Keith says there's some available in Australia, right, for the new Mitsubishi motorcycles.
They are.
But we're trying to make our own on a carbon fiber.
So here's what, of course, Lee is making his own wheel. And I assume you have a hub assembly that mounts in here. You have one here. He made this from this mold that he had made from another wheel. So he lays up the carbon fiber in here. That's pretty sophisticated. We've never tried that. So when you are choosing wheels, I think start right away. Decide what's going to fit. And this is a great place to overbuild. Some wheels aren't meant to have lateral forces on it. So a BMX 20-inch wheel, if you went to the store and just bought it, that wheel is meant to have vertical loads on it, not the kind of loads that you would experience when you went around a corner where you'd have a lateral load that would collapse. So first, let's talk about the two different types of designs, 3-wheel designs and 4-wheel designs. Obviously, there's some advantages to building a car that only has 3 wheels. You don't have to worry about the alignment in the back because there's only one. They're much lighter. I think they're less expensive because you're not dealing with 2 suspension pieces, only one. I think personally that they're not as safe. We have built 3-wheeled cars in the past. The bad thing is if one wheel fails on a 3-wheeled car, it can be very hard to maintain control of that car. It might not be a big deal at Texas Motor Speedway, where cars aren't going super fast and they're just going around in a safer environment. But in a cross-country event, I would always be worried about building a 3-wheeled car. And one of the big advantages to building a 4-wheeled car is this last one right here that we had never thought of before until we did a cross-country event with a 3-wheeled car. I remember when we're driving down the road and we're on the shoulder and the caravan is on the shoulder and our driver runs over a dead animal. Of course you can't, with 3 wheels, there's no straddling that. And I remember them complaining about how bad it smelled inside the car after he had tried to avoid it, but there was no avoiding it, and they went down the road. The downside to having 4 wheels is there's more cost, there's more parts that you have to maintain. Obviously, the rear wheels, as they go down the road, have to be parallel to each other. So you have to come up with some way to be able to adjust that so that they are exactly parallel. You only have to drive one wheel. I think it's a common and kind of a funny misconception that somehow you have to drive both rear wheels, otherwise the car pulls one way or another. Now, of course, since cars were invented, we've only driven one wheel. If you look at the transaxle in a car, it drives one wheel. Now, of course, if you have a fancy rear end in your car, and now front-wheel drive cars are a little bit different. But for years and years and years, your car really only drove one wheel anyways. You just didn't know that it was only driving one wheel. So for us, in our 4-person car, or a four-wheel car, is that we have the motor mounted on a swing arm that's attached to one rear wheel. And if you were to ask the driver as he drives down the road, not blindfolded, but without knowing, he would have no idea which wheel was being driven. The car doesn't pull one way or the other as it goes along.
But I mean, you do get some minor drag from the rear wheels because they're not steering with the oversteer.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, there's some angle things that go along. Yeah. Go ahead. What's your question, please?
So do you think that it's a good idea? So what's better for the cross-country races, is it the wheels or
Four wheels, I think. So I think it's safer. So if a wheel goes off, if you have a flat tire with a four-wheel car, that car's not going to pull significantly one way or the other. If you lose the rear wheel in a three-wheeled car, and that wheel wants to go everywhere. So in a three-wheel.
But you do have the design freedom to do 3 or 4, just to be clear. I think 4 is great. You have some redundancy and things like that. But I know I've always built 3-wheel cars, but we get the issues about straddling because there's lots of things on the road.
4-wheel cars.
Huh? Yep.
And there's a DOT issue too with your wheels. 3 wheels are allowed, but we had discussed insurance earlier, and I know the World Solar Challenge had to deal with it, and I had to deal with it personally. We used to run these tires that Mr. Cave has, and from the insurance perspective and for an advisor liability, these things have got on here not for highway use. You really, from our insurance perspective, they demand that wheel be rated DOT approved for front wheel, for rear wheel, also for a certain weight limit. And that came back to me as a teacher. It also came back, I know, in Australia to the world, they ban, they have to be, and you have to show that it's DOT approved. And there's some major insurance issues if you're out on the highway with tires that are not approved for highway use. Or it was for our insurance company.
You said you had another question?
William, do you want to say anything about this?
No, I was just saying you do have design freedom to do 3.
I just want to say something about straddling. I know some of the drivers in here are thinking that they're such a good driver that they could miss that dead animal. You can't.
No.
It doesn't.
It moves.
Every
So
I will give you this story. Like I said, we've always done a 3-wheel design. It's just easier to do the geometry of it. However, back in '97 when I was competing on this thing, we brought this out to the highway in the California deserts. And, there's just big chunks of road missing. It's like basically potholes everywhere. And, as a, early driver and you're used to cars, you go, okay, there's a pothole, you just go right in the middle and you straddle. And I hit every single pothole. And the people in the back said, what are you doing? Why are you hitting everything? Listen, I'm splitting between, I'm making sure the pothole's in the middle, so I miss it, and I hit every single time in the back of the drive wheel. This is not a good thing. But, so if you do a 3-wheel design, which you can do, you sort of have to have some driver training to say, oh, at least for potholes, animals, you're right, you're just going to run them over. But in terms of potholes, you got to do a third of the way over or 2/3 of the way over, so don't hit that as you drive along.
There are some wheel choices. Some have been used with more success than others. Here are 2 examples. This is a regular motorcycle wheel. It's really easy to find tires for that. This is a wheel that we have used in the past. That is a fancy bicycle wheel, but it's not one that we bought off the shelf. We have spec'd each individual component and the way it was constructed. We build the wheels ourselves, and then we take them to a guy in Minneapolis. His name is Hollywood Henderson. His name is Jay Hollywood Henderson. But he's a bicycle guy, and he's got magic in his hands. And He's able to tension these wheels so that every spoke is exactly the same tension. And we've never had one of these wheels fail. But our cars are significantly lighter than a lot of first-year cars. I don't know if I would put this on a car that weighs 700 pounds. So our cars are 400 pounds along the way. So, but we've had some success with that.
You have to be careful with a bicycle wheel because the spokes are not really well attached to the wheel itself.
Right.
They tend to, with the stresses, get loose, poke through the tire, and there you are flat on the side of the road.
Here's a funny little side note. This is a 20-inch bicycle wheel. This is a 16-inch motorcycle wheel. Those tires are interchangeable. Isn't that a funny thing? The way bicycles measure their tires and the way motorcycles measure their tires is different. But a 16-inch motorcycle wheel fits on a 20-inch bicycle rim and vice versa. So it's a kind of weird side. Somebody had a question? Yes.
This question is about the competition. Are we allowed to bring extra wheel or let's say extra motor?
Yeah, the question is, can you bring supplies, extra wheels, motors, stuff like that? You know, I always think when we're loading our trailer that I'm essentially putting another solar car in the back of my trailer so that we could build one on the side of the road from just the parts that we have in our trailer. I know that, Keith, I know when you guys travel, you have every possible part that you could need to fix it. So yeah, we always bring extra wheels, we bring an extra motor, yeah, those kind of things. Yes?
The bike wheel, or the bike rib you're using, is that a standard width, or did you need like
It is not a standard width, but it's one you can buy. You know, it's an off-the-shelf part, but you're not going to just walk into a bike shop and say, hey, I need a 3-inch wide, 20-inch rim. Yeah, you can find them, but so they're a little bit harder to.
Did you have any trouble fitting the bead with the rim?
All of ours have inner tubes in them, so they're not tubeless, which makes it a lot easier. And they're all hooked bead tires that are going on there anyways. So no, I mean the tire fits it. So. All right. Any other questions about that? Yes.
Is there any superiorities or so to say in the wheels?
The question is one wheel better than another? Is that what you're asking?
The lighter, the better.
Yeah,
Well,
there are some. Yeah, there's some trade-offs.
Rotational energy.
If you get it flat, then you've made the wrong choice. You know what I'm saying? It always takes a long time to change anything like that. Or if a wheel breaks, then you've made the wrong choice. There are really expensive solutions and so many different choices. Look at pictures of different cars. And everybody has been able to make at least one of these solutions work successfully. You know, the first year, second year that we did a cross-country race, we had flats all the time. It was a bad choice. We made bad tire choices. So.
I would revise Keith's statement about the lighter the better. The lighter the better so long as it supports your solar car. If you build a heavy solar car, don't put bicycle wheels on it. It's just gonna fold, you know, so you have to look at it.
But from the energy standpoint, and that's one reason Mark uses these bicycle wheels often, from our perspective, and this is not exact science, we talk about weight. Well, whatever weight that is on your wheel, that's rotational energy, you multiply that times 10. That rotational energy is huge from a solar car standpoint. And that's exactly why Mark is using the bicycle wheels. But he's dead on. We would never put a bicycle wheel on our car. It's simply because of the weight and the load issues, it won't take long.
My philosophy always has been that you've got solar cars that are going to have about the same amount of power in them.
Yeah.
So the less the car weighs, the greater opportunity you're going to use that power to move your car efficiently down the road. There are teams that use motorcycle tires, which are heavy, very durable, never have a flat, you'll never have a problem with them, but you're moving tires that weigh 24 pounds. The tires on that car with a wheel there, maybe 4 pounds. So, you know, you consider if you're driving 3 or 4 wheels on the road, how much extra weight you're taking down the road with the same amount of energy with a guy using a lighter wheel. This is all part of, well, they call this a brain sport. You're having to balance one thing against the other.
That rotational energy is huge from solar car racing, just know that.
And one of the things that we're going to talk about this afternoon is how to get the most out of your car. So we have some tricks, some tips, whether you're using a motorcycle wheel or a bicycle wheel, about how you can make it better. Yes?
The approximate weight of your car, 400 pounds, that is without the driver.
Without the driver. Yeah, the question is how much does our car weigh? I think most of our cars have been a little bit less than 200 kilograms. So somewhere right around 400 pounds or so with the batteries in them.
Keith, what's the weight of your car?
We are now around, we are a little less, but our car normally with batteries is around 700. We now have the lithium polymer batteries, so we've dropped basically 200 pounds with it.
The Walnut team had 2 cars. The advanced, the previously open division, now advanced division car is on the order of about 600 pounds. The electric solar was 5 or so, I think.
Yeah. Well, less batteries in that car.
So you see the range here. If you're getting a car, though, and it weighs in at 1,200 or 1,500 pounds, you're really beginning to have a problem. The original Plano Solar team, years and years and years ago, was built by the automotive department. And their sponsor contacted me and he said, we have the greatest brakes in the world. This thing is going to stop in 3 centimeters. I said, that's great. How much does it weigh? He said, 1,500 pounds.
Yeah.
That was without batteries, without solar array. So you're talking about driving something that's pretty light.
The Walnut team back in 2005, our first year, as I shared earlier, we tend to overbuild things the first year because we want the reliability, and then you optimize in future years. That car weighed, it might have weighed 1,600. It definitely over 1,200. But that you can see the difference between a steel versus aluminum versus carbon fiber and things like that. That was a mild steel car that had, it was just overbuilt, but we didn't have any problems. We ran.
And the other thing is, you've got to think about the race that you're driving. If you're driving a closed track race, you're out there, once you get the car up to speed, then you've got momentum, so it can be heavier. When you're doing cross country, you go through a little town, you make 20 stops during that. So you have to stop, bring the car back up to speed, stop, bring the car back up to speed. So the more your car weighs, the more energy you're going to be expending just getting through the small towns. So a lighter car cross country, and I'm sorry, you had a question.
Does anybody use like the spare tire from a car for racing?
Well, that's a great idea. His question is, did anybody use one of those, the small,
donuts.
the small spare car from, spare tire from a car? I don't know, but that's a great idea. I had never even thought about that.
We have not seen it done before.
No.
That doesn't mean it can't be done. We just haven't seen it done.
I got bought a couple as well.
That's actually a really good idea.
I was
had
looking
never
for
thought.
motorcycle wheels, and then at a flea market, and I ran into spare tires. I'm like, well, I know they're a little heavy, but I mean, for a
But you
first
can
time,
make them lighter. I mean, there's ways that you can.
They should withstand the lateral forces.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
on
for
the
sure.
car, yeah. But nobody's ever used. I'm just.
I can't. No, that's a great idea. So, I'm going to kind of get through this last part, and then we'll take a short break because I'm sure everybody has to go to the bathroom. Here, yes.
Can you please elaborate on why you said that you would make the spare tires lighter?
Well, I think with a wheel like that, his question is, how do you make it lighter? I would actually probably drill some holes in it right from the beginning because it's made for a car that weighs 2 tons, not.
Motorcycle would be a much better choice.
Yeah. And you might even be able to use those tires on a different rim. So, but that would be super easy. So that's a clever way to do it.
The thing about a motorcycle tire, you already have or wheel, you already have your bearings in there. If you use that particular deal, you now got to go and machine that's more weight, that's rotational weight. Stay way away from that, in my opinion, for solar car racing.
Okay, here's the brakes that I like. There's lots of ways to make your car stop. You do have to have 2 independent braking systems. So in our case, we built it so that there's a brake system for the front wheels and a separate brake system for the rear wheels. The reason that you have redundancy is if you have failure with one, then you can still safely get your car to rest. These are really inexpensive hydraulic disc brakes that go on and adjust really easy. They're made for go-karts, and you can get the disc part in a lot. We've used downhill bicycle disc for it, but these MCP single caliper brakes are the way to go. I mean, if you're building your car right now, the bracket comes with it right here, so you can weld the bracket on. These are completely adjustable, so you can adjust the width of the brake, and it's really easy to run high pressure plastic tubing from the brake back to it, and it's really easy to bleed. Everything is set, the bleed screws on the side. This is something that we were very worried about because we had never used hydraulic disc brakes when we first started this. It ended up being a silly fear. It ended up being so much easier than we had anticipated. So to adjust, to bleed, to get everything installed, it does affect what wheel you use. I mean, you have to decide the wheel first. Yes?
The question was about the brake again. So each roller, we need to have 4 rollers, right? 2 for the front side and 2 for the rear side.
No, just one rotor, yeah.
Yeah, you would have, the question is what do you need as far as on each wheel? So each wheel has its own rotor and its own caliper. So on a 4-wheel car, you'd have 4 rotors, 4 calipers. So we run 2 calipers to 1 cylinder. I think I have it in the next picture. So here are our independent setups. So here's, this was the front cylinder, front master cylinder. You can see there's 2 hydraulic lines coming off. This is our 3-wheeled car at this time. So this goes right to either front wheel. And then this is a separate master cylinder that ran the brake for the rear wheel. This was set up so that when the driver pushed against this, that it would essentially engage the front brakes first, and then in a secondary fashion would engage that rear brake. If a hydraulic cylinder fails, it doesn't freeze in place. It goes right to the floor. So in both cases here, if either one of these master cylinders or brake lines had failed, the brakes would still function 100%. Yeah.
So we cannot use all hand, we use pedal, right?
Correct. So let me explain the rules for the brakes briefly, and we'll get into more of that tomorrow in our rules section. But the independent braking system is the idea that from the actuator, in this case the pedal, to the master cylinder, to the lines, to the calipers, that has to be redundant. The rotor itself does not have to be redundant. But yes, we do require 2 foot-operated braking systems. No hand-operated. You can have a hand one as an emergency brake if you would like, but that doesn't count as the 2 independent braking systems.
Redundancy does not have to be on each wheel.
Right. That's correct. That's right.
Yes. The back versus the front.
Yes.
Well, so for example, though, the Walnut team, they have one rotor, and they mount 2 pairs of calipers. So we brake just the front wheels. That's one option. Mark does a different way where you do front and back. But as long as you have 2 independent braking systems, you're fine if you whichever way you want to do that.
But this turns out to be much easier than we had ever anticipated. This was always something we were afraid of, but it ended up being a silly fear. So there's a picture of the brake mounted right here, and you can see what the rotor looks like here. This is kind of a fun suspension system that we have built for it. It's a parallelogram front suspension. For a while, a company named AMP Engineering made these for bicycles, for the front end of a bike, and we modified them so that we would be able to use these on the front of the car. Very, very compact. You're probably not going to be able to find those anywhere because as soon as somebody's selling them, I buy them. So and I'm going to buy them before you do.
Sorry, before you move on to break, I do want to make a couple notes on the MCPs. One, it is the most commonly used braking system in this race. I know like the majority of, more than a large majority use these. Why? It's because the when the piston moves in, it actually, when you let it go, it backs it out, so you don't have that drag. You know, most go-kart brakes or things like that, you press it in, and then it requires you to use your rotational energy to back off the rotor. These, when you press it and then you let go, it actually backs it away, you have no drag. So definitely a good recommendation on these MCPs.
And that particular brake caliper was specifically developed for solar car racing.
Is that
by
right?
that company, yes. That there.
And they're really inexpensive compared to other braking systems. I think the caliper now is, I want to say, $70 or so, and the hydraulic master cylinder is probably similar, about $70. They run the hydraulic. The tubing is really inexpensive. This is a typical front suspension system for a car. You may be able to get by without front suspension or rear suspension on a cross-country race. I for sure would not recommend it. Some suspension is a good thing. It protects a lot of very sensitive electronics, and it makes it a little bit more comfortable for the driver. Maybe not as important for a race at Texas Motor Speedway, although we have learned the hard way that Texas Motor Speedway is much more, is much bumpier than you'd think. Especially when running down on the apron, it really causes a lot of stress on cars. We broke a car there, and then had to have BB came over and helped us kind of get things welded back together when we made a silly choice to not put suspension on our car. This is really a standard setup. It's got two A-arms and a spring. If you come up later, you can see the one that Mr. Cave has on this car. Pretty standard setup. We made the kingpin here just by welding some pieces to a plate, and we'll run an axle off of that. There's lots of different ways to do that. I would make it as adjustable as you can. So you can see in this case, these eye bolts can screw in and out so that we could adjust how that goes down the road. There's lots of different things that we could adjust on this so that it went straight, for example, every single time. So, anything you guys want to say about that? Okay. Here's another example of one. This assembly right here, this kingpin assembly, is much harder to design and make than I thought. If the brakes were easy, this part, attaching the wheel to your car, is much more challenging than I thought. So we've had to come up with some really clever ways to do it. None of them have been perfect solutions to really kind of a complicated problem. In every car that we've ever built for this race, if we want to take the wheel off the car, we have to remove the whole caliper assembly to get the wheel off, because for us, the brake rotor is attached to the wheel. A regular car, obviously that's not true. The rotor is attached to a hub, and then the hub is attached to a wheel. I think that these are like that, right? The wheel comes off without a hub assembly. So you'll have to look at this one and see the difference. And then finally, alignment. I cannot even tell you how important alignment is to your car going down the road. It is easy to tell when you have messed up the alignment, because really after 15 minutes, you're going to stop and you're going to see how much wear there is on your tire. And then on the other side of the coin, when you have the alignment right, you'll know it, because those little molding beads, the molding marks on your car are still there after a full day of racing. Having your car go straight down the road without the tires towed in or towed out and running straight is something that you should check every single day. I know Keith's team is pro at this. Every day they get up, they have aluminum bars that they put up next to the wheels so they can check to make sure that the wheels are parallel as it goes down the road. So you can see in this car, this is the one that has a carbon fiber seat tub. This is set up right here so we can adjust this rear wheel so that it turns in and out, so that we can make sure that the rear wheels on this car run parallel to each other. The swing arm assembly here, I'll show you in a little bit, is where the motor mounts right on there. So, your question, please.
Would you recommend building your own A-arms for the suspension or buying them?
The question is, do you build your own or do you buy them? I think it depends on how you're going to put things together. I've seen teams use the A-arms off of an ATV. They're relatively light, they're strong, and you can have the hub assembly and the kingpin already in one unit. It depends on how unique your situation is, I think. If you're using unique wheels and your frame is a unique shape, then you almost have no choice but to make them yourself.
One thing, do you know the name of those pivots they use for them?
We just buy their eye bolts, the rod end bearings, and we ordered through a place called the Chassis Shop in Michigan. And I know it's on the list of people that places that you can order from. They're a really good bearing like that. It's got a Teflon liner in it. It's pretty expensive. They're probably $40, but you can get them cheaper than that too. So depending on what they're made out of. Yes. I think lots of teams do this. We just have big square aluminum bars, and we just put them up against the wheel, and then we measure the distance between the fronts and the backs of those big aluminum bars, and adjust it so that they're parallel. So I don't think a tape measure and a couple of long bars. So I know there's sophisticated ways to do it with lasers and stuff. But
Don't use lasers.
no.
We did that, and all we ever did was blow our car tires out. We never figured it out.
There we go.
But long bars is really the way to go, because then, the longer they are, then any minute difference is magnified by those.
Well, and the other side of it is it's really easy for everybody to understand. Students will figure that out right away and figure out how to correct it so that those two bars are parallel to each other.
I know we're getting ready to take a break, but I really want to emphasize the importance of alignment here. Remember when we were out there with our car that y'all didn't believe alignment was significant? By the way, this is Matt Tunnell. He was one of the captains on one of my original teams way back when. And my team wasn't really thrilled with the idea of aligning. So during the first section of the race, first 3 hours, we had 9 flat tires. So that means that each time a sport vehicle has to go out on the racetrack, sit there through the humiliation of changing your tires while everybody's passing you, and go back in. So you don't want to do that. It's a horrible use of time. And Matt, tell them what happened when we had a system fail over in Australia.
So I'm going to give 2 points. One, I remember that differently. I remember Doc forced us to use this $5,000 laser alignment system, and we could never figure out how to do it properly. It would say it's perfectly aligned, and I'd be sitting there looking at it, it's like, that doesn't look aligned. We would go out and track it, blow a tire in the first lap, and then we'd come back and Doc would make us use the laser lining thing again, and we would put the tire back on, we'd use it and be like, that doesn't look aligned. We'd blow another tire, and finally, he allowed us to use a 2x4 and cook cans, and we never blew a tire again that race.
My fault.
Alignment is incredibly critical, and it really is as simple as just, you can make it very complicated, and you can make it very expensive, but yeah, piece of aluminum with a square at the end, in a ruler, that'll get you there very expensively, and anyone in your team can figure it out. Speaking of a suspension, it always makes you laugh. Doc loves me to tell the story because it's very colorful. And this also goes back to parts. Make sure everything that you have on your car, you have extra. So we're in Australia, we're going down the road, and all of a sudden, the car just hits the ground. So I'm driving, and our car was maybe this high off the ground, incredibly low profile car, and it just smashes against the ground, and I pull over into the right-hand lane, which in Australia is where the traffic is coming at you from. I swing it back over, get out of the car, I'm on the side of the road, I look down, and our AA arm suspension, the bolt that holds it all together, had sheared. I looked back at the car, and I knew exactly whose fault that was. And I
That wasn't me. No, that wasn't me.
It was John Krim, who's not around anymore, but I yelled at him for a while. But come to find out, we did not have that part. It was custom milled in Texas for us. Well, and it was not metric. It was, so we're in Australia, and they use metric, so we had a standard, like, bolt that was custom milled in Texas that we had to figure out how to fix it. Fortunately, we had a camera crew with us that didn't mind when I disassembled their tripod that was worth like $3,000, and they didn't mind when I took like other parts from their other pieces of their equipment and created a bolt that worked. But you know, if that hadn't worked, we would have had to stop the race. We would have died. So make inventory everything in your car, and then go and look and see, did I bring it, or did you do that?
Okay, let's take a short break so you have a chance to go to the restroom and get a drink. We'll come back in about 5 minutes and we'll tell you how to power your car and make it go down the road. So, thank you. If this morning was boring for you, this is going to be painfully boring because we're going to get into a little bit more of the technical side of things as we go through here. The solar arrays, the photovoltaic arrays, the motors, the control systems that you need for the car to actually go down the road. So some of this is to help you make good choices right from the beginning. So hopefully when you go into the online stores or when you have a local connection, this should limit some of the choices for you. I'm not telling you that these are the things that you should buy. These are the things, though, that have worked for us along the way. Two different types of arrays. The regular solar arrays that you see on these cars, most of the classic division cars have these big flat arrays made from regular store-bought solar panels. Obviously, some ease to that. Anytime you have them all pretty much pre-wired, you just have to find a way to support their weight. You get it on the car, they clip together. A lot of them have their own connections. And in a lot of cases, because they sit up flat on the top of the car, they're all getting the same amount of sun all the time. So no matter where the sun is in the sky, every single one of those panels is getting the same amount of solar energy. Compared to a curved solar array, if you look on some of the more aerodynamic, the sleek cars where the bodies have these curved shapes, you have to be very careful about how the sun is going to strike those panels as it goes down the road. Here's a funny thing about solar panels. Here, you might have this giant, beautiful solar panel on the roof of your car where you have wired them all in series, which is very common, right? And you put your hand on one solar cell. Solar panels are really dumb. If you block one solar cell, all of the solar cells on your whole car stop working because they're only as good as the weakest cell in that system. Now, lots of teams, in order to keep one part of their panel working, might divide a big solar array up into two parts so that each part, if one was to break, the other one still produces energy as it goes down the road. So you have to be careful about where you're going to put it and how many parts of it are going to be wired together. We'll talk about that in a minute. Yes? Yeah?
So I was wondering, why exactly is it wired in series rather than parallel? Like, is it possible to wire it in parallel?
You can. I'll tell you why a normal solar cell, a solar panel, if you go cell by cell, each one of those cells is only about 3 volts?
Half a volt.
So half a volt, right, 3 amps, half a volt. So in order to get enough energy to charge your battery, you have to wire the solar cells in series so that voltage adds up. Then, assuming that a typical solar panel might be 30 volts, probably right around 30 volts, that's still not enough to charge your batteries. you probably need to be about 90 volts in order to charge a 48-volt battery pack. So it's got to be higher.
It doesn't have to go up to 90 to get to 48, but it needs to be higher than 48.
Yeah. And there's ways to boost voltage and to lower voltage, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But in most cases, you wire them together in series.
Yeah, I think one of the things you have to look, and we're going to talk more about motors and things like that too, but you have what's called system voltage. Whatever you're going to run your components at, that's your system voltage. Your array needs to be at or above that, and there are other ways to get you there. So, but, for example, if you ran a 24 volt system and you had an array that was at 30 volts or so, each panel was at 30 volts, well, you could wire them all in parallel and be done with it. But what Mark's saying is still correct, because inside of a panel, all your cells are going to be wired in series, because each cell is going to be half a volt. You're not going to get a 30 volt cell. So that's really why you wire them in series. I will note, though, that in order to get by that, while it's true to say that you cover a cell, you cover the entire series, there are things that you put in, if you make your own array or if in commercial arrays, there's these things called bypass diodes that will simulate the voltage so that it would bypass the broken cell, so that you still have some, you're not killing your entire panel, but so there are some things to mitigate that. But it's still right that if you cover one, you're really killing not just that one cell.
Those are extremely important. You need to learn everything you can about a bypass diode.
Yeah, and in most cases you're not going to have to worry about it because they're already in there. But when you start putting panels together, then you're going to be concerned about that. Here's the most common way people put classic division cars together. They take pre-made panels and they put them on their car. Super easy. The drawback is that they make these panels with a thin layer of glass. I think it's about 3 millimeters thick. And so they're great if they're sitting in your backyard, all right? Not made to drive down a highway. They're heavy. If you twist them, they'll actually crack. So they have these big aluminum frames to keep that from happening. So there's a downside, but you can get them anywhere. And you can get them in lots of different voltages and lots of different cell efficiencies. This is a company that we have used in the past, and they are still selling solar panels. I know that these are the panels that the Bobcat Solar team uses, and obviously they have been really very successful. It's a company called SBM Solar. These panels, they've made them for boats, basically, for nautical purposes, and they don't have a glass plate on top. There's just a laminate, they're fiberglass laminate underneath, and then the cells, and then a thin layer of plastic on top. They are a third of the weight of a regular solar panel. You give up a little bit of efficiency, but they're super easy to work with. And this company will put them together for you, custom, pretty much any configuration that you would like. So for this car, this is one of ours, we had lots of room on the front of the car for big panels, and then we ran small panels down the side. So we were able to tell them exactly how many cells wide and how many cells long we wanted each panel to be. And they were not more expensive than regular solar panels. They were about the same cost. Yeah.
What was the cost?
About the same as a regular solar panel. Yeah. So I think that those small panels were $200 each. The big panels maybe $300 each, somewhere in there. I would guess. Yeah.
You said we lose a little bit of efficiency with that, though. What's their exact percentage for efficiency?
Well, it seemed to me that when I got these, and I don't remember exactly, that these were 15%, a little bit more, the whole module efficiency. The ones that we used on our solar charging station last year were super efficient, but even those were only 16.8. So there wasn't a huge difference. It is even though we advertise that the module efficiency can be 19%, it's really hard to find a module, a store-bought module that's close to that. What were
No,
you?
you can now. The reason why we keep bumping up the efficiency is we really want the classic division to be able to use, you know, prefabricated modules, and we keep bumping the percentage up because it's getting more efficient. And so we say commercially available things. So you can actually get like not this type of panel, but the prefab ones, the one in the last picture. You can get those with a module level efficiency of 18 point something now. So you know, so it gets up there.
Yeah. And of course, the trade-off is weight and your ability to mount it to the car. It'll surprise you the first time that you have 6 of those regular glass panel solar array panels, how much they weigh. And then all of a sudden you have to support those, and so that takes a lot of additional weight. And then before you know it, you've added 400 pounds to your car just trying to support an array on the car. So it's
one of those panels is probably about 42 pounds. That's what we've and so you multiply that by 6. That's what you got. Now, what Mark said there, it comes on glass. What we found is the frame is really the what costs you the weight. The frame is just heavy.
Yeah, Keith just handed me the update from SBM Solar. They're advertising that their cell efficiency is greater than 18% efficient. Now, just because the cell efficiency is 18%, module efficiency probably 16.5, I would guess.
Yeah, so just to tell you the difference between cell and module efficiency. Cell efficiency is just the silicon itself, and so it's like how efficient can you get that piece that's producing the energy, okay? Module efficiency is when you put it together, you see there's borders, there's white areas, there's because the silicon cell is not square, it's basically got cut off corners. Those are all non-producing portions of the thing, so those count against you in terms of it lowers your module efficiency because you're not using that area to produce energy. So that's really the thing. I will say though, there is an in between the prefab frame ones and a custom made SBM Solar, and that's what both Walnut and Florida used last year. SunPower makes these prefabricated panels that look like that. They do have a junction box on the top of it, and it's got wires across. But you can actually just go and buy 100 watt or 150 watt modules that look like that. It's not as professionally done as SBM Solar, but it's basically a piece of acrylic or plastic or something that's semi-flexible, and they basically encapsulate your cells in there. You don't have the weight issues that you would have with a prefabricated, but then you don't have to wait for a custom panel to be made. So and they use SunPower cells. That's a solar cell manufacturer, and you could probably find any SunPower reseller. They will put them in these things. Walnut used a vendor called Windy Nation out of Santa Barbara. Florida found their own thing out in Florida. So it seems to be fairly commonly available to find these type of things where it's, again, you don't have the weight of the frame and the glass, but yet you don't have to actually, this is nice because you can just design your array the way you want it, whereas, the prefab stuff you have to design based on what they give you, but you don't have as much of the weight issues as you would the frames.
After wheels, this is my second decision. So when we design a car, we say, all right, here's the wheels we're going to use that we can make work. The second is, what are we going to use for our solar array? Because when you build the frame, obviously the frame has to be built with this part in mind. The other option, of course, is that you could build your own. I'm going to tell you not to do this just because even though...
I think you can't.
So,
You can't do it anymore, really,
Oh, you
unless...
can't?
Well, let me say this. So, when in '97, in my first team, we bought raw cells, we built our own array. And we go, okay, so last year with the Walnut team, I go, hey, it'd be a good learning experience to find out how solar cells work and build your own, and you can do something. We have found that we just cannot buy bare cells. Unless you have a contact of a solar cell manufacturer who can give you a stack of cells, you just can't buy them commercially. They say, we sell our raw solar cells to someone who puts them together, and then they sell these things. So unless you guys have some experience, my attempts to go buy bare solar cells is just not there. I've not been able to do that.
Yeah. That's good news for you because you don't want to do it anyways.
It was fun to do. It was a good learning experience, but you tend to break. You have to allot for like 25% breakage or something like that because they're so delicate.
So it used to be that, and maybe you can still do this, is you can have a company laminate those raw cells for you into smaller panels. And so I think what William was talking about earlier was where you got these pre-made lightweight panels. Perhaps they're similar to this, and then you find a spot for them on the car. Matt, this is one of your old cars here. You had these panels made special for that car, right?
Yeah, we just, it was actually after we had a fire one time and we lost a whole panel. We decided we would go with a modular system. So that car we built, I think it had like 14 individually created panels, and the theory being that we could interchange them if something happened, if one broke, one was less efficient. It's a real good way to go, and it's real simple, and yeah, I would just reiterate, do not try welding, soldering your own solar cells. Doc had a team that they did it. They did it wrong because they were high schoolers, and then they had to scrape all of them off with paint scrapers. It was literally a $10,000 mistake.
Yeah, we've made that mistake too. I'll show you this here. Here's a former student of mine. We're soldering the individual cells together. So here's an individual solar cell. Those are about $6 a piece, I think. So just so you have a mindset here. And then we put all of those cars on the body. We double-sided tape them to the body, and then we cover it with a clear, like plastic paint. Here's the problem, and this happened often, is when you put them on and something and you crack them or you break them, that's $30 or $40 getting vacuumed off the car right there. So, and our breakage rate was way too high for the money that we had. Do you actually have some cells?
Yeah. Hey, look. That's what a solar cell looks like. Very, very, very delicate.
Super fragile. Yeah, they break really easy. So here's a number of broken ones. You can see really I can break it. I mean just half a second. So
you owe me.
I'll just tape it back together. So yeah, they're made of glass and really they're very. You want to talk about these?
There's two different types, terrestrial grade and space grade. These are the space grade cells, and probably just more for your information. These are the smaller, probably 14% efficient. Pass them around. And the main thing that William was pointing out was they're fragile. That's what you need to remember. Those SBM solar cells, we've seen a lot of teams buy those things brand new, put a C-clamp, crank it down. Yeah. That's a bad thing. There's a thing called micro cracking, and that's huge. I didn't think anything about it until we actually went to this SBM solar. You can take your finger and run across this thing and do damage to it. It's minute, but it is detectable. What that means is when your students clean these cells, they need to keep that in mind, especially as you go with the laminate. With the tempered glass on top, you don't have those issues other than flexing it. But when you go to these custom sales, you probably need to understand what you have or you're going to do quite a bit of damage. This is one of the more expensive parts of your cars. You also need to invest in your students with and understanding how to take care of them, how to race them.
I will say, if people are interested in those the SunPower, modules that we used, you can come up afterwards and I can show you a picture of what it looks like. Question back there.
Yeah, I had a question. I'm not sure what the answer to it is if I'm asking. It goes back to the micro cracking of solar cells. On the website, there's a white page that says it's not a good idea to spray your cells in a hot summer day. That may cause micro cracking. I'm wondering where the answer to that question is. Does it cause damage to spray a solar cell on a hot day and wipe it down, or does it not cause damage?
Keith, you were with the best teams in the world. What did they do?
I'm not one of the best teams in the world. However, we've invested over $20,000 where we went on learning these lessons. Literally, we have went straight to the solar cell factory company. The only reason that we no longer spray ours is because they're not hermetically sealed. And water tends to enter, our cells are not. Water tends to enter, get under the laminate. In the end, it does more damage than good. What I do see teams doing here as they try to spray them is, your objective of spraying them, first of all, is to lower the temperature. As temperature rises, efficiency decreases. So the students have taken that overboard. They were spraying it and wetting them down, and that blocks the sun, if you will. So your ideal thing is to lower the temperature, is to let the water hit it and immediately dissipate. With that in mind, yes, that could help. Many teams in Australia were still doing it. None of the winning teams did I see spray on their solar cells. So,
I think it's still a point of contention, is what we're saying, is that certain teams go, I don't need to, or I don't think it's good because of the idea is, like Keith was saying, the reason why you spray them is to cool them down. But having such a big differential in temperature could cause cracking, and so it's really, I see teams do it all the time. You have to figure out what you believe is right. A lot of teams in our competition do spray, and their cars still run. So, you have to, if I were you and you're concerned about this, I would just, do some testing and see and determine.
I tell you, a bad thing is for the students to stand in front of the cells
Yes.
and really spray it down.
So if you do plan to spray, what Keith was saying is, you spray from the top or something like that, from the back, so that you're not shadowing your cells as you spray. So we'll continue with the line of questioning, and then we'll get to you guys.
I just wanted to add, if the objective is to clean a layer of dust off of it, one thing that I saw, a trick that I saw was you get a lint brush that you would use to take the lint off of the sweater, and that, as opposed to taking water across with a wet rag, you use that lint brush, and that adhesive will pick up fine dust. So that would be an alternative until we find out the answer of that big potential change of spray rate.
But most people spray not to clean their panels, but to decrease the temperature so that the panels work more efficiently. So we'll start over there.
In the classic division, the 19% efficiency, is that for the module or for the cell?
Module. The cell. Sorry. Let me repeat the question. In the classic division, when we count efficiency, it's based on module efficiency, not cell efficiency.
Okay, so we haven't done much research into the spraying itself. What kind of spray exactly is used, and what is it just used for, like the dust, or is it does it have other applications?
Okay, so the question is, what do you use the spraying for, and why do you do it? You use distilled water, so there's no residue that's left behind, and like I said, the primary reason is for the sake of lowering the temperature, because this is basically a piece of silicon. It's like a processor chip or things like that. It's more efficient when it runs cooler. If you could put some sort of air conditioning, or you put some dry ice or whatever like that, and you keep it cold the whole time, it will run a lot more efficiently than if you were to run it at higher temperatures. Now, other people, you do want to keep your panels clean so that they're not, but people tend to do that at the end of the day when the sun's gone. You just clean your panels, and then of course you can do whatever you want, from lint brushing to Windex or things like that. Although Windex could potentially leave some residue too. There was a question over here.
So what would you recommend for a sufficient cooling and cleaning system for solar panels?
What do we recommend for cooling? Basically, it's not what we would recommend. It's the question of, do you do it or not? That's really your option. You will, if you choose to do it, you use distilled water. That's what it is. You use cool distilled water. You'll cool down your panels. That's sort of the point. The question is whether or not you want to do that to risk these microfractures in your cells or not. It's debatable whether or not it causes microfractures. That's why there's discussion on this.
Now, Alan Giselle, Suncat Solar, who's the guru of this, says Rain-X. Put Rain-X on your cells so there's no bubbling, no water drops, and it smooths off, and the water that you put on there evaporates evenly.
So there's a recommendation. Alan Giselle at Suncat Solar, he actually makes a lot of panels that, when you talk about custom panels and SPM Solar, well, he does it for a lot of the college level cars, and his recommendation is to put Rain-X on the things. So, yes.
So, if temperature does help efficiency, like increasing the temperature, then do you think it'd be a good idea to try to put like our solar panels in like a colder environment, like just for the time being, like in our workspace, just like put it at a low temperature?
It's not a storage issue. The question is whether or not you want to store your solar panels in a cooler place because it's more efficient. It's an operating thing. It's not a storage question. It's when the solar cells are running and generating energy, it generates more energy at a cooler temperature. So you can store it anywhere you want. Okay, back there.
Due to the fragility of solar cells, how would you recommend cleaning?
Can you repeat that?
Due to how fragile the solar cells are, according to what I heard, then how would you recommend cleaning them?
How would you recommend cleaning cells? Maybe Keith could talk to how you guys deal with that.
We now use a little duster rag, but at some point, we do put water at times to clean hours. We limit it. What I was saying earlier about them not being hermetically sealed, when you spray them, it's usually before the race and after the race, and we're talking about 2 or 3 hours of spraying. So the amount of water in them and the time affects their ability to penetrate. You greater the chance because they're pretty lower. I'm not saying we totally don't clean them with water. We just choose not to spray them down with water to clean them anymore. And it does help. There's another side to this. I call it, most everybody calls it the pow factor. It looks good to see the students out there doing that. And if you're going to do it, train your students, not to block the array, and really mist it, make sure they understand that their objective is not to wet the cell, it's to cool them down. So yet set your sprayer so that the mist hits it, quickly evaporates.
So just to continue along the line of thought there, we're not saying once you touch the cell it breaks, right? I mean, we're just cautioning that they are fragile, so you really need to be careful with and use a very light touch with it. Doesn't mean you can't touch cells, and so for prefabricated panels under glass, you can spray, you can Windex, you can wipe, it'll be fine. These little plastic things, just be lighter with it. Lint brush is a good idea, the duster, things like that, and just lightly, you don't want to put any force on it is really what we're saying. So.
As for solar cells and panels, what would you recommend, like if someone was to put each solar cell on, so you got the AC separately instead of mounting in the car, or like dash sheets?
I think the question is, do you put essentially individual solar cells or panels? What would you recommend? Like I said, I don't think you can buy individual cells. Maybe if you've got a contact with, manufacturer, you might be able to get one, get a stack. But it's a lot of trouble. It's not worth it. Just buy. It probably, if you're even concerned about cost, it probably will cost you less to buy the panel than it will all the materials of trying to, and breakage of putting your own panel together. So.
What would you recommend? Great, you break more than 20% of the cells.
Yeah.
This is not work. It was a great learning experience, but don't.
It really tells you how fragile the cells are, so you learn that lesson very quickly. But then after that, your lesson is learned.
And this is the worst way. This is directly put on the car, which is insane.
Yeah, thanks. We know that now.
If you make the flexible panel, they say flexible, which is a joke. Flexible panel, that's a lot easier than this, but it's not easy.
Yeah.
Buy them.
Yeah. All right, well, let's move on.
Wait,
We'll move
there's
past
one
solar
more
panels.
question.
All right, go ahead.
What would you say is the optimal temperature range for the solar panels to be at?
As low as, what's the temperature range? As low as possible, but theoretically, in practicality, you just can't. So the really, as Keith said, in terms of tires or wheels, as light as possible for solar cells, as low as possible. But you really can't control that. The way you mount the panels, the way the outside temperature is, it's whatever it's going to be.
During a race, your solar array is going to be on the top. You're going to measure like 140 degrees up there. But you're going to find the best efficiently operated solar cells. You're being in the Arctic because of the temperature. So it functions. It's fine.
And I'll tell you about that. Tomorrow morning in St. Paul, Minnesota, where we're from, the high temperature is supposed to be 8 below zero. That's the high temperature tomorrow, which I would choose any day over Parker, Arizona, where we were for the solar car race, and the air temperature was 122. We were spraying the car with water simply to cool it enough so the driver could get in. So that was, so the solar panels are at least, that part is the least of your concern. Getting energy from your solar panel to your battery, though, is a huge concern. It turns out that batteries are dumb, and you combine them with solar panels, which are also dumb. You need somebody in between to let the two of them work together so they're less dumb. And what we use is things called multiple power point trackers. That's the most efficient way to do it. And what power trackers do is they take the energy from your solar panel and they convert it to the right voltage for your battery pack. And they do it efficiently. So what a power tracker is always checking is how much energy is in your battery, what the voltage of your battery is, and how much energy are you getting out of your solar array. And then it adjusts so that the two of them match. If they don't match, you're either wasting energy, all right, the energy's not charging your battery, or I suppose what the other option is that your solar panel is putting out lots of energy that's really going nowhere. So you use these power trackers to do it. So an example might be the panels that we used at Texas Motor Speedway last summer. It was, I suppose, 100-volt panel total. Are you putting them back? Over 100 volts. Our battery pack was at 48 volts, so we needed a way to step down the voltage to match the battery pack. We used a power tracker to do that. And so what it does is it takes 100 volts at 4 amps and converts it to basically 50 volts at 8 amps. Because you know that the power in watts is voltage times current. So by stepping it down from a high voltage to a low voltage, the current actually goes up and your battery pack charges faster. DC-DC converters do this also. They just don't do it as efficiently. They're just a constant pumping, trying to pump energy into your battery. And if your battery voltage isn't close to your array voltage, then it's just wasted energy. The battery gets hot or the energy doesn't go anywhere.
Well, I mean, just to go along that line, I mean, really, the idea of a maximum point power tracker is to detect your the voltage of your battery, and then just put the voltage just above that, so you can force as much current into there. Whereas DC-DC converters, it's like this voltage to this voltage, and so you don't get as efficient of a charge because you can't force as much current into it.
This is as important as having solar cells on your car.
There's a number of different choices for your maximum power point trackers. I know that AERL still is in business and you can still buy from them. Any advice?
I actually visited them while I was in Australia, very much alive, very much active. Dr. March, Mr. Cade knows more about it. The guy died, I think, and took it to the schematic, the blueprint print to the grave with him. His wife allowed him to reverse engineer it.
I can tell you that the wife is back in business. She has hired new engineers, and they are actively making new power trackers. I actually bought 4 of them this past year, and that's what we use this year.
And were you happy?
We didn't have any problem at all. In fact, I was amazed at how plug and play they were.
I think they're buck and boost now.
Okay.
You can go either way. You can be below or above. They're basically, I call it idiot-proof for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
The contact information is on the buy-sell page on our website, so you can contact them there. Along with, I'll put a plug for Mark. Mark is selling a few of his parts from a previous car. That's also on our buy-sell page. If you would like to have different things, you can.
Do you have AERL?
I don't have any on there.
I'm saying that the contact information for AERL is on our buy-sell page, along with parts that Mark is selling.
So can I ask a question about your particular application? How many power trackers did you have in the car?
This year, we had to make a lot of compromises along the way, and because of the way we chose to do the array, we were running our motor at 120 volts, and the AERL was the only boost controller we could find that would allow us to put in 88 volts and still get to that. So we only had one this year, but we did take spare parts.
The philosophy of our mentor, University of Texas, was that every angle on your array needs a separate power tracker. That's when we met them the first time, they had 18 power trackers on their car. But the problem was they ended up with a short, never could find it, never could raise.
This is, in one of our cars, we had 3 in our car. So we had separated our panel up into 3 separate segments, each one run by one of the power trackers. And then we ran those in parallel to the battery pack. So, yes?
Using your example with 120 volts, letting that down to like 40 or 48, whatever it was, do you have to be within a certain range for your voltages to allow it to just not detect anymore, or
Each one of the power trackers has presets on it, so that you can set it for whatever your battery voltage is. A great example is you take 4 12-volt batteries. 12 volts is actually hardly any energy left in the battery. A 12-volt battery is actually 13.1 volts, or somewhere a little bit up to 14 volts. So a 48-volt battery pack, 48 volts, is actually pretty close to 60 volts. So you need to have more than that.
So these things have got piano switches on them. If you see this little red deal, that was a big unknown for us when we started, trying to put myself in your shoes. Those things are bulletproof. As long as you look at the specifications and know that it'll cover your battery range, point to that little piano switch. You can tell the one he's got it set on right there. You select the voltage that you need. So you could take that one controller, or MPPT and probably cover every car.
Do 5 12-volt batteries, so. put it in
But I mean,
there.
there are specifications both on the
Right.
input and output side of each power tracker. So you just have to match your system voltage, match your array, and find out the appropriate settings if it's configurable, or if you're buying other ones that aren't configurable to get the right one that matches your specs.
48. Yeah, that was 48. So, and this may seem overwhelming at first, but really once you have the specs in front of you, it's not hard to understand. This is how much energy you get from your solar panels. This is what your battery pack is at. You just have to find the right intermediate to go between. Now,
How much do one of these go for?
when I bought ours were 400 each, I think. But I bet you they're more than that now.
They now have a North American distributor, which is Arizona Wind and Sun, and you have to go through them. I paid, I believe, $660
Per tracker, yeah. So, but yours are pretty high voltage
Yes.
trackers.
Yeah,
So,
and as we know,
But they'll also work with the low voltage. They've got the same piano switch.
yeah, and as you said, the piano switches, I can really tell you a really big story, but they are pretty bulletproof in terms of you got to make sure things are set the way you want. But I can also tell you that we know the evolution of the company. Well, thankfully, we got them as everything has started to work itself out again. So if you want to use them, they're in business. They work.
so that's a great option, but it's not the only option. Lots of teams still use traditional household power trackers. Outback makes them. I think we used solar converter, Midnight Sun one last year. They're these big industrial units. They're relatively heavy, but really they are bulletproof, where you simply plug it in. There's an input and an output, and it does all the work for you. It's got a little screen on it. In fact, you can put a remote monitoring screen on it, so for the driver to see. Super easy to use. The only downside is that they're big and they're heavy. Yeah.
Before we get to motors, before the weather goes to goodness out there, and to give us a chance to stretch our legs, can I invite y'all to come outside the back door there and have a chance to see the Byron Nelson solar car team?
It is absolutely the trip of a lifetime. It's an adventure that will go down. Yes, there's nothing better you can say about it. I will tell you that the food in Australia is terrible. Darwin is really bad. Adelaide only gets a little bit better. And if you're lucky enough to get to Sydney, you might find a restaurant that's really good. The race itself, I was most scared, anxious about scrutineering on the other side of the world. I actually live about 15 minutes from here. So when we go through here, if something goes wrong, I know exactly where to go get parts and are they open or not. I've got connections, I know how to do that. But on the other side of the world, you're talking about a whole different animal. We had no idea where to get stuff. Much like Dr. Marks has created a culture around here, we all help each other. It's a very cooperative environment. When we got there, we're talking about university college kids. Most of them were amazingly helpful. Through the course of scrutineering, we made really good friends with University of Minnesota. We made really good friends with Bochum Applied Sciences, which is a technical school north of Cologne, Germany. The Swedish team. It was truly a phenomenal idea that these kids were willing to not only help us, but the German team spent hours with these guys working on some relay switches that we needed to put together. We actually took them to the store to make sure we bought the right stuff. What did it mean to you guys?
It was just really awesome to see all the cooperation. Even though there's a bunch of universities and they really just didn't have to help us, they could have. A lot of them were done before we even got there, so they were just sitting around doing nothing. It was awesome that they could take the time out of their day to help us.
And a lot of the universities were really excited to see high schools so interested in an event like that. It really made them happy to see that young kids were getting into engineering at that level.
They brought up the fact that most of the teams are there
at least 1 month, if not 2 months before the race. We learned that almost all of the universities, these kids take the entire semester off, so they're not in school at all in the fall. They fly from wherever they are straight to Australia, hang out, build the car, test the car. I mean, some of these cars have thousands of kilometers on them before the race starts. We showed up the week before the race, had to rebuild our car, pass scrutineering, and start on Sunday. So it was, high school kids in general are in a much different situation because we can't miss a whole semester of school. Our car just returned December the 23rd. We actually, it's still sitting in a trailer. We haven't been able to get started on it for this year's race, but we are planning on going to Minneapolis. I could probably talk all day, so are there any questions? Yes, sir.
So how much in total did it cost you to go over there?
By the time we got done totaling everything, the race was about $150,000, and I just got our final line item on Wednesday, and we're $4,800 in the black. So we did not go in the red, which was really big. But yeah, it was. We knew it was going to be more than we expected, and it was. Thankfully, we had that money raised. Yes, ma'am.
What were the more expensive components?
We originally were told it was going to cost us $14,000 to ship the car by boat. Wrote him a $14,000, actually wrote him a $10,000 check before, when we got there, put the car on the crate. The car got to Brisbane, Australia, and we got another bill for $8,000 because they had not quoted us how much it would cost to get the car from Brisbane to Darwin. Coming home, we got another bill for $8,000 from Sydney to, or excuse me, from Adelaide to Grapevine. So in total, you can add that up, 8, and 10, $28,000 just in getting the car to and from. That was the single biggest number.
One of the things I'd like to emphasize is that with our event, you'll find that everybody's working together to make you a success while you're here. I'm delighted to hear that these colleges were willing to participate. But as you start thinking about maybe doing something more after you built your first car, you've got to realize that if you're going to be a success in this race, racing against the colleges and corporations that are there, you're going to have to average at least 34 miles an hour every day, 8 hours a day, in order to be successful. That's a lot of miles per hour. So what happens if you don't?
You get booted. Well, we got the trailer, as you told me, and we did drive across the finish line. We had three primary goals in going over there. One was to pass scrutineering. We've got lots of pictures of our green stickers. In fact, when we finally got our green stickers, the entire scrutineering pavilion erupted. All the judges, the high college kids who were there, it was a pretty cool sight. Sunday morning, in the dark, we're putting our car at the start line. We got to drive off the start line. That was our second major goal. Our third, we knew we wouldn't be able to drive the whole way, so our third major goal was to drive across the finish line, and we did that. Yeah, words just can't say how cool it was. We pulled into the pre-finish line, you might call it, the finish staging area. You park in this massive parking lot, and across the park, in another park, was a protest going on. So the solar car finish line is trying to go on over here, and the cops and all kinds of stuff are happening over there. And about, 3/4 of a mile is the main finish line. And you talk about a production. I mean, I can't begin to tell you, bigger than anything NASCAR's ever put on that I've seen. You cross the line, and you cross the line one at a time so that they can specifically give you and your team the ceremony you deserve. We did cross the line. They do the big pomp and circumstance, lots of pictures. By the time we crossed, all the TV crews were gone, obviously. but immediately they take you from the red carpet into final scrutineering. And I wasn't prepared for that. I'm like, okay. So we get there, they start going through our car, and they look at our batteries, and our batteries still had the seal on it. Well, when you pass scrutineering, they go and do this intricate seal. They don't want you to touch your batteries. Well, we crossed the finish line, and they told us there was only 2 other teams that had crossed the finish line with an intact battery seal. So they were extremely impressed with that. I thought that was the way it was supposed to happen. So apparently the universities, they do a lot of tinkering with their batteries during the race that we don't.
We're so proud to have had 2 teams take part in the World Solar Challenge this year, the Liberty Christian team and the Sundancer team from Houston, Mississippi. Can we give them a round of applause? Let's go to lunch, and I'll see you back here at 1:15. Thank you. Thank you, Virginia.
Is it bad?
All right, I know there are people who are missing, but I think we're going to get started and keep going along. There's a lot of information to throw at you. I'm sure you already feel like there's a fire hose of information. Hopefully, because it's recorded, you'll have a chance to look back at it later. But we'll keep going from here, and hopefully other people will come back in and join us. So, Mark?
Okay, we'll keep going. So if I had to put things in order again, I would choose my wheels first, then my solar array second, and then really the third thing that I put on my list would be what kind of motor am I going to use to drive all of this. You have a couple of choices. In most cases, if you're a classic division car, you're going to choose between a brushed motor or a brushless motor. And they come in lots of different sizes and forms. Mr. Reese was nice enough to bring a few of these for us to see. We, St. Thomas Academy, has always used a brush motor in the car simply because it's easy and it has been super reliable for us. In fact, we have basically used the same motor for 14 years in lots of different vehicles along the way with a lot of success. I can't speak to a brushless electric motor in use. I know how they work, but I've never actually used one. Keith, you guys use a brushless motor? And
We use both. We got all of those.
Yeah. And William, what did you guys use?
I believe we use the motor that you see, that you guys are using,
Yeah.
the E-Tech, right?
Yeah, so let's talk about the difference and a couple of different examples. Here's an example of a common brushed motor. I know that a number of teams use this in their car. It's efficient, it's easy to wire, it's super strong, a little bit expensive, but it does have a pretty wide voltage range. Since I'm guessing that most classic division cars are going to run probably 48 or 72 volt systems, this would be a perfectly acceptable motor. When you look at its efficiency, you see there's typically with any motor you're going to see a curve, something like this. It has this for almost every current here that you're going to run through it. Your solar car is going to be somewhere in this range, 40, 60 amps under normal circumstances. It's a really, really efficient motor. Anytime that you have efficiency up by 90%, that's a good motor. That's not to say that 90% of your electrical energy is going to get converted into the kinetic energy of moving your car down the road, because there's lots of places for inefficiency along the way, and we'll talk about how to decrease that in just a little bit. Here's a brushed motor example. I know that you have one of these up here, or a version of this up here for you to come and see. This is not a very expensive motor. I think that maybe it's a little bit more than this now, $500. The motor controller for this motor is a little bit more expensive. Oh, this is another brush motor. This is the motor controller for it, or the one that would be used in a brushed motor. It's the kind that you would find in, say, a golf cart. This is especially nice, these all-tracks ones, because they're programmable. So you can set a minimum and a maximum voltage. And what I like about these in particular is that you can program the rate that it ramps up. So if you have a kid get in the car and he's really quite ham-fisted, or just wants to jam the accelerator to the floor, the controller can control that. It can make it get up to speed slowly. Obviously, if you accelerate at a slower rate, it uses less overall current, and this helps the driver be a better driver. I'm going to go back, let's see if I have another one on here. I'm going to go back to this motor. This is a replacement for the original Briggs & Stratton motor. We have a Briggs & Stratton motor up here. This E-Tech motor, Briggs & Stratton made this motor for about 5 years, I bet, somewhere between 5 and 8 years, and they made it for a funny purpose. It was originally designed for an outboard motor. It sat at the top of the motor like this, and this drove a shaft for an electric boat, basically. But they stopped making it after, I don't know, a number of years. You can still find them. It's a great little motor, but it's another one of those situations where you can find them used, sometimes new old stock. If it's on eBay, there's a chance you won't get it because I'll probably outbid you for it. But you can usually get them for $400. I think I've got them for $350. And like I said, we have tortured ours. And I know, William, you've tortured an E-Tech motor. It says that you're supposed to run it between 12 and 48 volts. I've run it at 60 volts with no problem, 72 volts really with no problem. You've run it.
We tend to run at 48.
Yeah,
so
almost everybody runs at 48. We've used it in an electric motorcycle, in a solar car. We've used it in one of our Shell Eagle cars. And really, it's super easy to work with. It's super easy to hook up to. Standard go-kart gears fit right on the shaft. Very easy. For brushless options, again, I haven't had any experience with them. So again, the motors are relatively inexpensive. All of these are classic division type motors that would bolt to a swing arm, and then you could run a gear off of it with a chain. Here's the controller, and there's lots of different brushless controllers for it. Again, it's one of those things that you need to do a little research and figure out how much money you have in your budget in order to make an easy motor choice. Lots of places sell them. We've bought them through a place called Cloud Electric, and we've had good service there. They have a whole bunch of kits. In fact, it comes with a controller and the motor and some kind of throttle mechanism that goes along with it. This is the hub motor. Hub motors would only be legal in the advanced division cars now. This actually fits right inside the wheel. It's part of the wheel. Very efficient because you don't have to deal with the inefficiencies of friction in a chain, for example. But they're very, very expensive. So a classic first-year car is never going to even consider this as an option. What are they? A motor like this right now?
Mitsubi's dropped down to $11,000, $11,000.
For just the motor?
Motor and controller.
Okay, so.
And plug and play, too.
This doesn't exist anymore.
Right, but there's a version, the new version of it. So about $11,000 for the motor and controller. So, which is significantly different than the $1,000 or $1,200 you might spend on a brush motor with a regular all-tracks controller. We're going to spend some time talking about the electrical system that goes in the car. Some things that you have to worry about along the way. We're going to divide the electrical system up into two parts. The part that I call the primary electrical system is the one that makes your car go down the road. And then the secondary system is the one that controls the turn signals, the battery box fans, what else would be in that list? Brake lights, the horn, and they run off of a separate battery. So for the primary part of the system, a couple of things that you have to be aware of. First of all, you have to have 2 disconnects in the car for your primary system. One disconnect has to be able to be reached by the driver. One has to be on the outside of the car. So the driver can turn the car off, and somebody from the outside, in the case of emergency, would be able to turn the car off. This is the one that you guys use?
Well, there's different voltages. We use that one because it's 100, look on the side, either 120 or 150 volts.
Yeah, 150 volts. So
that's one of the more expensive ones.
Yeah, and these are the ones that we use also. And the voltage has to match the battery or the system voltage. So you have to make sure that it works. There's some really cheesy shutoffs out there that don't have as good a disconnect as this. When this disconnects, there's a big plate that comes down and pulls away, or in this case it pushes away from the connect. So there's no chance that it's going to arc across. Some of those screw type ones, and you've had this, right, Keith?
We've used all types over the years.
Yeah. Have you ever had one arc open where it was a closed switch? So
we have only had the cheaper switches to do that over the years. You buy the biggest thing from my industrial background is the contact points.
Yeah.
The cheaper ones have total copper. These have silver impregnated in it. And of course the air gap is the gap is dependent on the voltage that you run. But the problem that I see at this race is, as much as the voltage is the current is being driven, that you're trying to break the amount of current, especially with the heavier cars and the bigger motors.
Yeah.
One thing to note is that there are these type of rotary switches where you shut off by turning. We don't allow for that anymore. You must have a push-pull type of disconnect that is over there. So just in case you're wondering,
you can look inside here and see how that works. So yes.
Where exactly do you get that type of disconnect? You know, that's rated at the higher voltages.
I think I ordered it from. I have to think now.
It's on the side. That particular part numbers and everything's on the side. It's only a few of them that make those.
Yeah, Albright is the manufacturer, and you could probably just look online to see if where they sell these Albright switches. I used to go to a place called KTA Services. I don't think they're in business anymore, from what I remember. So, but there are new teams continue to get these switches. So I know it's out there, but I don't have a contact for it.
If you email me, I'll email you the place that we had bought ours from. So we bought 3 or 4 of them. And they're kind of expensive though. They were like $80 each. Does that sound right?
It depends on where you buy them, but here's what I found, and I meant to say this earlier today and didn't get a real good opportunity. But almost everything that the class has shown you up here, you can go straight to those companies and buy it. That cell controller that he had up here earlier, you can cut out that middle person. If you tell them that you're with the Solar Car Racers, same thing with that great this abbreviation, MPC or whatever it was.
MCP.
MPC race.
You can go straight to that company and buy it, and it's much, much cheaper. I mean, the actual manufacturer.
Yeah, a lot of these manufacturers sort of know us, and there's enough teams out there. So if you get a hold of the manufacturer, they might sell it to you directly.
Can I give you an off-topic hint for this too? If you're buying really expensive pieces of equipment along the way, never talk to the company's salesman if you want to buy it cheaper. The person that we always try to talk to, I always ask, can I speak to one of your engineers? Like you have a question about how it works, and then you explain to the engineer who you are and what you're trying to do, and he almost always will say, I've got a test version on my bench in the back, or I have one that doesn't have a case on it, or we've got one that's got a huge scratch in the side, and you're buying it for half price. And the engineers go, ship it out tomorrow. You get it right away, and all they need is like a purchase order from you, or you send them a PayPal account or something. we've got tons of stuff, half price or less, that some engineer had been testing, but they couldn't sell at that point. We're perfectly willing to give it to a high school program. So, just a little hint. This is a couple of different electrical systems. When we start to map out an electrical system, we usually just get a big piece of butcher paper and actually draw it out on here to start. It's very, not very professional at this point, but for a high school student or a middle school student, it's easy to see where wires go on something that we're drawing like this. Then we typically move it into a regular schematic, something like this one. So you have to turn in a schematic before the race so that the
with your registration on March 1st.
Yeah, there we go, on March 1st. And then William and his crew take some time to look through it. I suppose if you see glaring things, you may
we try to provide feedback wherever possible so that, that's why we have you submit the paperwork so early.
Here's the electrical system that was in our solar car, our classic division solar car. We tried to make it as easy to work on as we could. So you can see we've got our power trackers here. We've got that all tracks motor controller here. Everything's labeled with high voltage. We have a high voltage fuse in here. We have a shutoffs, outside shutoffs for people on the outside. There's also shutoffs up by the drivers here. The reason that there's two shutoffs here is because one of those shutoffs is for the primary system, the batteries. The other shutoff was for the solar array.
Yeah, so actually, just to be specific, your cutoff, there are two sets of cutoffs. One is called the motor disconnect, and one is called the array disconnect. And the idea is that if the array disconnect disconnects the array from the batteries, and your motor disconnects your motor from the batteries. And so if you break the motor disconnect, then you can't run the car. If you have an issue of your array, you can shut off the array disconnect. But if both of those are disconnected, then all your systems are isolated from one another.
But you really need 3 disconnects in the car.
4,
right?
Two pairs.
But does the driver need a shutoff for the array? Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
So a pair of switches for the array and a pair of switches for the motor. There's a question right there.
Yeah.
So I had 2 questions actually. One, for the schematic, what program did you guys use to like create your schematics?
You took the slide off. This is bullseye. All right. The question is, what program do we use to draw the schematic? If you go to DigiKey, all right, DigiKey sells tons of electronics. It's DigiKey, DigiKey, and they have an online schematic program on there. Super easy to use. It's free. We use it all the time to draw our schematics. Now, it's literally drop in pieces of equipment and then you just hook them together. It really could not be an easier program to use for drawing schematics. This is not a DigiKey schematic right here, but I have a picture of one someplace, so if you'd like to see it. Yes?
All paperwork should be made or emailed?
Both soft and hard copy.
Yes?
And so what exactly is due on that March 1st deadline?
So the question is, what is due on March 1st?
We'll talk about that
in
a later session.
But essentially, you've got a formal document of registration, then you have your mechanical drawings with showing your crush zones, your electrical drawings, your
motor specs, battery specs, array specs.
Yeah, what we mean by that is that you've got information that tells us about whatever motor, whatever your array using, whatever motor controller, things like that. But that's spelled out in the rules. It says this is what is due on this day.
Yeah, I was also confused because I don't know if we misread it or something, but our group always remembered it as the deadline is February 1st.
That was a previous rule where we had two separate reports, an initial report and a final report. We've merged it into one registration, and so it's going to be March 1st. That's it. So you have some more time.
And please don't submit our example schematic.
I'm not sure how you can find it anymore. I sort of hid it away.
I don't think it happens very much anymore, but it used to happen all the time. We would receive our own example schematic back, and I always wondered, you realize we made that and used it intentionally.
Well, so there's on the website there is a schematic of my 1997 Northview High School, what I will call wiring diagram, not so much as a schematic. And every now and then it resurfaces to the point in which we see our own diagram come back, and I'm like, this is not your car. It is most likely not your car. So just take the time to draw the appropriate schematic of your car.
And more importantly, that actually wouldn't pass our scrutineering today.
Yes.
Just to clarify what you said earlier, with the twist disconnects, those aren't allowed.
Correct.
Yeah, so they have to be push on, push draw. Batteries. This is one of my favorite topics here. This is one of those areas where the more money you spend, you can actually get batteries that make a big difference for your car. Obviously, there's a lot of decisions to make. What voltage you're going to run at. Most classic division cars run at 48 volts. Is that safe to say? Would you say?
It ranges. 48's a pretty common one. Others run at 72.
Okay. So you're finding there's 4 batteries or 6 batteries in there, 12-volt batteries. And again, I'll say that a 12-volt battery is never really 12 volts. It's usually more than that, somewhere over 13 volts when it's fully charged, up to, I suppose, 14.1. If it was a super healthy battery that's in a good spot. So you want to know how much weight can you carry, how much energy can you get for that weight, and perhaps one of the most important things is, can your array put the energy back into your batteries? Because it doesn't help you at all if you use up that huge battery pack on the very first day and you can't recharge it ever again. And then you're basically just carrying extra weight around in your car. So you have to know how much energy you get from your panels so that you know how much you can put back into the batteries after you've used it. This is a battery that I like, the Sun Extender line. There's lots of different batteries out here. The one thing I like about this particular battery is that it charges really fast with low amount of heat loss. So it's very electrically efficient. It has low internal resistance because all the contacts inside are silver. So it charges quickly without warming up, which is a big advantage. The goal is, of course, to put energy from your solar panel back into your battery. So here's some standard calculations. We do have a 5 kilowatt hour rule, and remember, mathematically, a kilowatt hour is just amp hours times voltage. And we use the 20-hour discharge rate. So if you look at a typical battery, they have lots of different discharge rates. And we use the 20-hour rate, right? So if you looked at the 4-hour rate, for example, the 4-hour rate for a battery is always going to be much lower than it is for 20 hours. And the idea is, with a battery, the faster you take energy out of it, the less energy you have, all right, in basic terms. So we use a standard, and that's the 20-hour rate. These batteries actually are kind of funny. The Sun Extender brands don't publish a 20-hour rate. They publish a 25-hour rate, and then they give you the equation so you can figure out what its 20-hour rate would be. If you need help with that, I'll show it to you. It's really kind of weird for it. But for this battery here, it's a 40 or 84 amp hour battery pack at 20 hours, so you see what the math looks like. We use the nominal voltage, 48 volts, so what they publish as the voltage for it. So this battery pack would be a little over 4 kilowatt hours for the car. Remember, your car can have up to 5 kilowatt hours. So if you chose this, your car isn't going to have as much storage energy as perhaps a car that has kilowatt hours. This battery pack, 4 of them, would weigh about 230 pounds. That's heavy, and you got to think about that when you're putting these in your car. You can get this brand, these sun extenders, in lots of different amp hours. The ones that we ran in the car for the solar electric division last year, we ran the 42 Ts in there, which worked out to be about right, yeah.
What is a good size for the battery, all the batteries put together?
Yeah, I think that a lot depends on which. You can buy batteries in pretty much any size that you want.
Like in terms of weight.
Keith.
What did she ask?
See that the question is, how do you decide where the cutoff is between extra weight and battery?
Depends on your output of your array, the weight of your car, basically. The size of your array. He gave you a lot of information earlier about the array, and there's really only one number on there that is of interest to us, and that was maximum output power in terms of wattage. You know, they talk about efficiency. Yeah, we got ratios that got us, 18, 19% efficient, and you have to follow those things. But in the end, each of those panels have a true power rating. For example, a common one is 150 watts. That's the max that thing can get. So you take those figures. If you got 4 of those on board, obviously you've got 600 watt array. And you figure out the kilowatt hours of this battery and the number of hours that you're going to be running and charging. A little bit of math, and you can better size your battery.
I think I did some of those calculations on the slide here, so you can kind of see. All right. When I look at batteries, one of the things that, if you're curious, or perhaps a nerd, one of the things you might look at, William, if you looked at things like this, you might look for its Pukert number. The Pukert number is kind of a funny deal. It basically tells you how good the battery is. The lower the Pukert number is, the closer it is to 1, the better the battery is. So when you get down to lithium ion type batteries, their Pukert numbers are very, very close to 1, which would give them kind of a flat line here. So if you look at this battery, this is a 200 amp hour battery, which is a giant battery. If you discharge it at 2 amps, you might get a whole 200 amp hours out of it. If you discharge it at 25 amps, which would be a higher rate, you're only going to get 150 amp hours out of this battery. You get only 100 amp hours out of this battery, and here you'd only get 75. So here you went from 200 amp hours of available energy when you were taking it out slow to when you take it out fast, and all of a sudden that goes down to less than half the original amount. The lower the Pukert number is, the better that curve is going to be. So if you look at this red line right here, that's a Pukert number that's approaching lithium ion type technology. Most of your batteries are going to be somewhere around 1.2 or 1.3 for a standard lead acid type battery.
And to me, this is one of the more crucial points too, and you need to fully understand this. No matter what lead acid battery you have, that thing is only somewhere around 50% efficient. What does that mean? That means 50% of energy that you try to put in and then get out of it is lost straight off the bat. That's why lithium batteries are so much more desirable. They're up to 90-something%, and he's basically there showing the same battery. I'm assuming it's different discharge rates. Is that correct?
It's all discharge rates at the bottom. It's 3 different batteries, so 3 different Pukert numbers. So my guess is that this is probably a lithium. This is a lithium battery right here. This is probably, both of those are probably lead acid. So looking at it from your Pukert.
So it's easy to put too big of batteries in your car sometimes because you don't have the ability, once the race starts, to recharge those, and all of a sudden you're hauling a lot of weight that you really shouldn't be hauling.
But then that raises a big question. Once you built your car, you need enough time between the point where you build it and the time where you race it that you test it. And you know, how long is it going to take me to recharge my batteries? Is it taking me too long? Maybe I've got too many batteries. One of my original mentors, University of Texas engineer, told me that the best thing to do is to have the least batteries you can have on there, but enough to run the motor. I've had other people say, oh, we only have the biggest load on there. That's something you have to decide. That's part of this thing that we let you make the decision, and we don't tell you, you need to have this kind of battery that weighs this much, it has this kind of capacity. It's neat stuff. Yes, sir?
What about by March 1st, if we change, let's say we use, let's say 4 batteries, and after March 1st, if we change to decide, let's say use 2 batteries, and then
You can amend your documentation up till June 1st. Anything you want to between that. We just are encouraging people to go ahead and make decisions by March 1st, because if you don't, and you wait till April or May, then you don't have enough time between your construction to actually test the car well. We're doing something to try to help you make decisions.
Yes?
With the peak number, can you find a lead acid battery that's close to 1.0? Because you said like lithium.
No.
So it'll mess with you.
Yeah, it's the nature of the chemistry more than anything else. If you look here, one of the things that I think is most important, and this is something that we do with every battery that we get in, we test it. You get 10 of the same batteries in. There are some that are going to be like superhero batteries, and then some that are going to be super villains, and not very good batteries. So if you have 10 batteries, you might want to test them, so you choose the best of the bunch. Or if you're stuck with just 4 batteries, at least you know how those batteries act. This is a little discharge station that was built by a former student of mine. His name is Andrew Lee. Andrew Lee went to Rose-Hulman after leaving St. Thomas Academy. Great experimental vehicle team kid. Got his degree in electrical engineering. Started 3 different startups. His last startup he sold to Google for, I don't know, hundreds of millions of dollars. And 2 Christmases ago, he came back with a suitcase full of money for us. He was very thankful. So it's kind of an exciting thing. But we still use this charging station that he built in high school. Those are just 12-volt RV light bulbs. They use them for marine applications too. So these aren't regular light bulbs, 120-volt light bulbs. They're 12-volt light bulbs. And all we do is we have a lot of bases there, and we just screw in more light bulbs if we want there to be a higher draw. Right? If we want to measure how they act at 50 amps, we just put more light bulbs in and let it sit there and run. And then a student literally sits there for hours and records every 5 minutes. See how much little it's had to do it. Every 5 minutes, what the battery voltage is at. All right, how much energy in amps we're taking out of it, and how many amp hours it's used. We do this for every single battery. So we all have all these charts. All right, so then when we get to the race, especially at Texas Motor Speedway, when they're driving around, every lap that the car comes around, the driver says what the voltage is, what the amp hour rating is, and how much current they're at. And then the kid in the pit goes, okay, you have to slow down, or we're ahead of schedule, you can speed up. And then the driver doesn't have to make those decisions. This is super easy to build. I mean, if you want an easy way to discharge batteries, this is it. Then we just put a shunt in there, just a regular shunt, and a little meter so we can measure. You can go with a voltmeter and measure all those things. So just 12-volt marine light bulbs.
So are they all connected in series?
Those are all in that case we had them in series, and then part of the panel was in parallel also for a couple of different things. So these are 2 of my favorites. I know some people have used the Enersys, those Odyssey batteries. This is just a general idea of how much they are. I think this price has gone up a little bit, so I think they're probably closer to 300 now for that. I always laugh when this slide comes up, mainly because I didn't know it was going to do that. So and every time it comes up and does that, I'm surprised. So power management. This is perhaps that idea that you need to know how much energy you're going to get and how much energy you have. So there are a couple things that make a difference. I'm going to make sure that we talk. I didn't want to get ahead of myself here. For the amount of energy that you're going to use, it really depends on 4 different things. The aerodynamic drag, the rolling friction, the weight, electrical system resistance, and I suppose it also depends on how you're going to drive it down the road. This is a car that was built by a team in Florida. They've used that car for a couple of years. Is that South Plant?
South Plantation,
yeah.
Florida.
So very, very thin, very fast car. So here's an overview of what the math looks like. I'm guessing that a typical solar car challenge array, somewhere between 800 and 1,000 watts. Would you say that's in the ballpark? For a flat panel type deal. The one that you had for your solar charging station, 1,400 watts, maybe 1,500.
No, 12 maybe.
We were at 13.5. Yeah. So for ours, and then Keith, how about for your car? Do you know how many?
I would say more 800 to 1,000 watts realistically.
Okay. Yeah. So 800 to 1,000 watts is what your array can put out. Assuming that there's 12 hours of usable sun, not all good, in a day, that would mean that you have about this amount of energy from your panel. Right? Now this is going to be important because not all of that energy will actually go into your battery, right? Because again, there's tons of electrical inefficiencies along the way. If you have a fully charged battery pack like the one that we would use, that's about 4,000 watt hours. And if you have a 4,000 watt hour battery pack, it probably takes 5,000 or 6,000 watt hours of energy to charge it. So even though you have 4,000 amp hours of energy, it takes a lot more than that to recharge it. So not all of it's going to go in, and mainly because of electrical inefficiencies inside the battery and the fact that the chemistry is, especially in lead acid batteries, is not always good. So with that said, knowing that a dead battery pack is dead weight, and a dead battery pack is really dead at about 42 volts. So about 11 volts or so a battery. 10.5 is where the usable energy just is essentially gone. If you are running down below 10.5, you are doing irreparable harm to those batteries. They're not going to bounce back during the race. I'm just looking at Mr. Cave. Mr. Cave, have you ever destroyed a battery?
Oh, yes.
By running them down too far.
That's how you learn.
And William?
Well, we keep very good track of the data that we have, so we would never run it below that level. We'll make sure that the car comes in before that happens.
Yeah. So it takes at least 5 hours of full sun to completely recharge a dead battery pack. Some cars will do it faster than that. Of course, if you have great sun, that makes a huge difference. But when you're driving down the road, nothing's ever perfect. All right, you have trees, you have clouds. On any given day, there's lots of things that reduce your array's efficiency. So the thing that you need to know how much energy you get out and how much energy you can put in. The only way you can do that is by just testing it. Right, is by testing it over and over and over again. Because if somebody was to ask me today, how much energy does your car use going down the road? Well, I can tell you for our specific car on a specific day at Texas Motor Speedway. But those are very controlled situations. I have no idea how much energy Mr. Reese's car uses to drive down the road. I have no idea how many amps it takes to make William's car drive 30 miles an hour. Every single car is going to be different. And the only way you can figure that out is by taking it out and driving it around. So, did you want to say anything here? Collecting data. So there's lots of ways to do this. We found a new way. I'm trying to remember what the name of the company is. But there's lots of ways to do it, and everybody's going to be different about what data they think is important to collect. I don't think Bruce Sherry makes this anymore, do they? Do you know? The e-meter, this bat.
Batman,
you can still get it. Yeah, and it really is kind of an easy tool. But you need some way in there for the driver to be able to tell at least how much current is going from the battery to the motor, and how much voltage is in the motor. Now, a couple of things about measuring voltage as you go along. If you pull your car into the pit and just stop, you take a voltmeter and put it on the battery, you're going to go, oh, we're doing awesome, all right, because it's going to read really high. You're like, we've hardly used any voltage. When you get it out and start driving it, though, when that battery is under load, the guy's going to call in and go, oh, we're at 11 volts. And you're like, where did all that energy go? You can't read the voltage from a battery unless it's under load. All right, if you're going and it's just sitting there, the battery is always going to look much better than it really is. When you guys race, Keith, what is your driver radioing in?
We definitely measure our voltage under load. As Mr. Cage kind of patented that term. It's a false time.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, at this point, we don't really radio anything in. We don't have an amp meter on here. We do have a voltmeter on there, but since we went with lithium batteries, that's all changed. But their voltage doesn't change.
Right.
Like a lead acid.
Yeah, the lithium battery goes like this. It goes steady, 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 and then all of a sudden, bam, then you got nothing. So.
And that down is the big deal on the lithium rubidium, because when you get it absolute zero, it doesn't return.
Yeah.
But for a lead acid battery, the battery voltage under a load was what was our fuel gauge. Mm-hmm. We understood that fully, and that's different with each battery. Yeah. So you need to get with your battery manufacturer and make sure you understand that.
Yeah. For us, really the things that we radio in are the battery voltage under load, and what the motor draw is, what that current is, just so that we can tell the driver, all right, you can take a little bit more current out, so maybe they're running at 25 amps. Maybe somebody in the pit might say, go up to 27 amps. And the current jumps around a lot, so you're always kind of looking for an average. William, what do you guys measure when you're racing?
So, in our solar car, we would take in, basically, we would do those 4 measurements. Now, we didn't call it in on the radio. What we do is we have a way of sending that data via computer to our base station, and so we never radioed that type of information in because we know. And so if the driver had a lead foot, we would know because we had instantaneous, every 10 seconds we'd be updated with how much they're spending. And so it's sort of when we talk about telemetry, that's sort of important because the more data you have, the better you can make decisions on your strategy. But this is the information shown here is basically what you want to keep track of.
So there's a good point there. There's 2 really super successful teams. A team that has telemetry and is measuring absolutely everything, all right? And Keith's team, who has won for years and years and years, but really has an understanding of the simple parts of his system and is able to use things like just the battery voltage under load.
We too have used the telemetry system too, and we've used a number of versions of that included in custom one. And that telemetry system is wonderful. I prefer that over the radio as well because you don't distract the driver. It is real time. The last one in one of the photos, you actually see the little GPS.
When it reaches a low voltage?
A low voltage warning.
Yeah, and it has to warn the driver. And believe it or not, at first I thought this was going to be a really easy thing, and it ended up being a hard thing until I found a really easy kit that you can buy online, and you wire it together. It just takes some real simple soldering. It's only this big. You can come and look at it later. And
this motor should be of interest to you because it's going to take a lot of energy to propel that vehicle, especially on a cross-country race where you go uphill. So all of these have a different application. This E-Tech motor that Mark was talking about earlier, I've probably used this motor
as much as any of the motors up here. But also look at that curve that he was showing you earlier. Here's the number one mistake that solar car teams make. And I hope William can kind of follow through with some engineering information on this. Everybody wants to say, well, my car will run 40, 50 miles. It has a little bit of power factor. That's not going to happen in solar car racing. Here's what you need to find, no matter, regardless of the motor that you use, is what speed can you sustain all day? And if you, as a beginning team, if you can sustain 18 to 20 miles per hour, boy, you need to pat yourself on the back. That is an awesome challenge. I'm saying that, or that's an awesome accomplishment. I'm saying that to say this. These motors are the most efficient when they're what? At their maximum RPM. You don't want to have to run this motor at half RPMs. You want to be able to run that motor, look at that torque efficiency curve at the RPM at a given voltage that it is the most efficient. And from that, you take that information, your wheel diameter, and you figure out the ratio that you need. Also, the voltage comes into play. Mark has used this more, and Mr. Cade probably has too. These motors turn a certain RPM. I think this one is 72 something RPMs per volt. So the higher voltage you put this motor to this motor, the faster this thing is going to turn. So if you've got a 72 volt system and you're running it at 72 volts wide open, this motor is really turning it. You do the math there. At the same time, if you've got a large diameter wheel at that RPM, then that motor is going to be really going fast. Just you do that math. All of a sudden, you're going to find yourself barely giving it throttle to be able to go the speed that you can sustain. That's where that motor is most efficient. One thing we've learned over the years racing is what doesn't work. What doesn't work is for you to have to hold your car at half throttle or partial throttle and you drive it all day. That thing is very inefficient. So spend a lot of time selecting the correct motor that you need and get the RPMs that you can sustain all day. Get the speed that you can sustain all day. Here's what doesn't work either. You can't do that having your car completed a week before the race begins. You have to test it. Dr. March referenced to the universities here in Texas. He gave me that same information back in '99. I don't remember the professor's name, but one of the things that he kind of emphasized there, you spend a significant amount of time researching it, building it, but the majority of his time was what? Testing it. You've got to understand your car. All of this telemetry system is good. All of these motors have got good. Minus this one motor, minus this huge motor, we have one with all of these other motors. It's an individual preference to some point. Beyond that, it's looking at the torque curves based on the voltage that you're going to run each of these motors. So that's just some lessons that we've learned over the years. One of the things also on this E-Tech motor, and for any electric motor, these things are directional, whether you realize that or not. All electric motors, looking at the shaft side, they're designed to turn counterclockwise. It's just all electric motors. This motor is timed. If you notice, it has slots here, and it's timed to go the direction, looking at the shaft counterclockwise. For whatever reason, if you choose to run this the other direction, then your efficiencies are not going to be accurate. You need to do testing. You can loosen those lock nuts or bolts up, and you can retime that under a controlled thing. It makes a huge difference. And they're slotted so that you can time the brushes to make it efficient or get it to 90% efficient. This is the, what is this, later version. This company abandoned this motor early on. People, they had problems with them. This is supposedly the improved version of it. So these two motors are basically the same. Most people still prefer this one. I have found very little difference in the two. But this too is a Bridges and Stratton replacement motor for this original E-Tank. This last motor, Mark, I think, is ran this. Yeah, this is my least favorite. It is a super efficient motor. Doesn't this come out of England too? It's a Limco motor. This thing's like $1,800. Very, very expensive. And I don't, in my opinion, it's no better than these. So I wouldn't spend the extra money for that. And I only have 2 of those. Pretty much it.
And then the hub motors,
the other alternative is the hub motors, and Mr. Cave has got more recent. The motor I have is the NGM. It's no longer available. And I actually have no experience on the new one, but Mr. Cave does.
No, I don't. But I've seen them.
I have 2 in Australia.
We haven't got enough money for $11,000.
But the hub motors are more desirable because they're some of the most efficient motors we have. Our particular hub motor is supposedly 98% efficient. Now that doesn't mean we get those efficiencies out of it, but it does have that ability. And the way you can do that is, we talked about the speed earlier, where it has an adjustable air gap. And in flight, you can actually adjust this air gap to maintain those efficiencies. And the telemetry system that we have that we were talking about earlier, it actually has the ability, and we saw the universities and corporations in Australia use it. It actually has the ability to do that for you as you travel up those hills, because you're landed on top of the GPS, and that's, or the terrain, the elevations, and that's all real time. And that's how they are able to get those efficiencies out of this motor. I don't remember if Mr. Cave ever used, I know that Malcolm did. What was the team in,
From Indiana.
From Indiana. They have a little gear on the side, and you can get a motor and a little gearbox, and you can actually remotely change that air gap or change those efficiencies as you climb the hills and as you increase speeds. That is never a first-year car, in my opinion, ever. But and it's not that complicated, but it is meaningful. So to me, as you begin racing, that's some of the long-term goals and changes that you can make.
This man can help you with the motors. Ask him about his own personal hub motor sometime and how he gets it up to 70 miles an hour. I'd like to know that myself.
Changing the air gap, that's a rare thing too. Again, our car at present has got the ability to cruise 35 to 48. In Australia, we ran from, 8 to 5. Here the races begin, is it 9 to 5? So you've got a little different time frame. It is so important to know what your car's ability is. It doesn't take a lot of special equipment to know that. It takes testing. And I know power management will come later, and part of that is the foot in the accelerator. So motors is a big part of your selection, and understanding their efficiency is a big part of solar car racing.
What about your motor controllers?
The motor controllers, this is one of the early ones. I brought this is the least desirable. To make Curtis
can't see.
This motor, this controller is what I would call dumb. It just basically connects it and gives you speed control. It doesn't give you the ability to change ramping up or current limits or anything else. But this is what many teams have used over the years. It's a good controller, but it's not as desirable. This is an example. You've got, what do you call it, a software kit or control kit that you can plug into it. This motor has got the ability, to change so many of the parameters. It's probably one of the more common. Miss Herman is with me, and they had an all-girls team. We actually chose to use the self-kind. He had it as an example earlier on a brushless motor, but you can also use them on a brush motor. And that thing can do everything that Mark said, but it also, they call it set the personalities. You can actually set that controller to the personality of every individual student that you have on your team based on their driving habits. It's a little bit more complex, meaning that you've got, I don't remember, it's 2 pages lined out of parameters that you can change or personalities that you can change. But once you get that thing dialed in through testing, it's quite effective and quite competitive as well. Self-Con is a major builder. They give you good support. One of the things that I didn't like about it is all the connectivity. They got a 16-pin special connector. One of the big mistakes that I made when I bought the controller, I assumed that that connector went with it. And it's a pain to turn around and try to buy the connector without the controller. So the company kind of guided me on that to make sure that you buy it straight from the company and make them aware that you get the connector that goes with it. Your controller is an important part of this too. One of the rules now on the fuse is that you have a fast flow fuse or a very fast flow fuse. Really what that's about is this controller. This controller demands that because of the components inside. That fuse needs to be able to blow fast enough to protect everything in here. So, especially with high school students, as you make mistakes wiring, that fuse will become your best friend. So pay close attention to that fuse as well. Mr. Cage got the controller. He'll share with you that actually gives these the signal that it needs, tells it to go.
This is the throttle pedal. This is what most students are interested in. This will make the controllers go. It's just a potentiometer sends a signal to that controller. The controller is usually the expensive part of that system. Anybody have any questions?
Wiedemann was talking about earlier, and that's what we did the first year. I no longer buy it in kits, but I do encourage that. The beauty of a kit is they give you all of these components that kind of works together. However, you have to select that kit, and some of them suppliers now sell you those kits based on the weight of your car. Well, the problem with that is you're still building this. You don't really know the weight of your car. So you want to really ask some questions and make sure what you're buying in the end is really what you're going to need. So if you think you're going to go safe and have a heavier car, you want to use some of the more heavy-duty motors. This would be a super light car, probably never on the first year car for the Solar Car Challenge. But it is a major component of solar car racing. It makes a big difference, the decision you make with these motors, and also the voltage that you run it. Erase everything else that I ever said today. Make sure you design that car so that you can run this motor wide open at a speed that you can sustain all that. That's the single most important thing you need to do. Early in racing, I don't remember whose car it was. I think it was before I raced. They had the ability to change that ratio, even on some of the cross-country races. So they fully understood the importance of keeping that RPM high. It makes a huge difference. Look at those torque curves, and that will help guide you.
we're also pretty close in presenting the power management, and so if I could have Keith stay up here for a sec. We are pretty much through most of power management. However, you know, that was a lot of stuff that's pertinent to a closed track race. What I've been really impressed with is how Keith's team, the Houston Solar Race team, really manages their power and power consumption on the road. And you know, for a cross-country race, that's really important. So I was wondering if you could share a few words.
Could we do one thing?
Okay.
Before we do this, give everybody a chance to stretch your legs a minute, get on their jackets, and come outside and see the Capel car before ice starts forming on it. All the students rock back on the heels, but they begin to realize that unless you've got a presentation that's organized, why would a company, why would a group, why would a foundation want to give you money when they have 100 other people asking for the same thing? So I invited the students from Capel to stay and visit with you just a little bit about that. Some of you were talking about sponsorship you saw on the side of the car. So let me ask you, how do you raise money?
So, as Dr. Marsh was saying, a big first step into raising money is having somebody to show for it. So you're going to a company and you're asking for money, but they have to see what you have for them. So having a product, having a car, or even just having a design, something that they see a value in sponsoring. That's the first step that you want. Because without that, all you have to show is just your ideas, your thoughts. There's nothing tangible for them to improve upon, to use in their marketing. So that's the first step that you want. And as Lauren's going to talk about, you want to go local. So.
Yeah, so going local is a really important thing to do just because not a lot of people really know what you're doing until you go out there and you show them everything. A lot of times they don't understand it, they don't know you're there. So it's like getting involved with local parades or going to different conferences. Now y'all know about our car, right? So it's just kind of going out there and telling everyone what you have and what you're doing, and that it's a great thing to get involved in and to spread.
Especially when you go local, it's your community, so it's people that know you, either personally or through, just walking down the street. And you know the people, they're your neighbors, they live with you, they live around you. If you go out of state, you might have connections, but it's not as personal. If you go to your local community, to businesses that are family owned, you have a connection with them because you live in the same town, you benefit from the same things. Going local is a great idea because you have the connection with other people. It's a big first step into getting a foot in the door.
My philosophy is you shouldn't be doing a project if you can't talk about that project. You need to be able to do that. If you're going to go across country, you're going to be talking to hundreds or thousands of people who are going to be coming to visit with you. But the people most important to talk with are potential sponsors. And if you have difficulty getting in the door to talk to somebody, ask them, can we just come by and practice on you? So that when we do talk to somebody who wants to donate, we'll be prepared. And I promise you, if you can get in the door somewhere and have students talk, you probably come away with some kind of donation. They don't want to hear from your teachers. They don't want to hear from your schools. Nobody old. They want to hear from you and what you have to say. So have something prepared when you walk in there. A document as to here's my plan, here's my timeline, here's my proposed budget. Look at me, I built a solar car. I'm going to build a solar car. Or here are pictures of solar cars. This is what we want to do. That's how y'all have been a success and able to keep track of things over the years?
Yeah, one of the things that you'll see, solar car racing is expensive. The trip, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars for the car. It's not something you're going to do in a weekend. You're not going to be able to do it on $500. So one of the things I do with my students, we treat it as a business. They're learning business principles. They're treating this like it's their own small business. So they have a marketing team and they create marketing materials. I have them work with printers and they create as professional as they can looking materials that look as good as something you would see a professional marketing person would put out, so that when they're asking someone for $10,000, they look like they deserve it. And the students take a lot more pride in it, and the companies can recognize that. They know they're helping you from an education standpoint. But they also want these students to be looking towards the future. This isn't just a club, it's not for fun.
we're serious about it. This is a business that we're running, and then they want that support, and they're more willing to support it then, and the students take a lot more ownership and more pride in it when they treat it that way. They've got a lot more pride in the materials. They're excited to show it because they look good, and they put effort into it, and they take time to take care of those things. And that goes a long way to helping raise that money and getting that money and showing that pride in what you're doing by looking as professional as you can when you go talk to people. But the other thing, have the kids go do it. You know, the parents, I've had a lot of parents who will talk to their company and kind of open the door, but I make the kids set the appointments. And the students are always, well, when do we set it for? Whatever works for you. If I need to get you out of school, I'll get you out of school, but you're going to go do this presentation, not me. You're going to go talk to them. So I'll work with them, they'll practice, but the kids go do it. I don't even always go with them when they go to present. There's a lot of times they go present without me. And the companies are like, well, where's your teacher? Oh, we don't need him. We're okay. And they walk out with a check because it's that type of maturity, that type of responsibility that they really respond to. So get the students in front of them, talking to them. Get the kids out there.
So how do you get to this stage? Well, you start off by having some of your newer students develop some lines that they might want to say. A script, something that makes them sound intelligent. So when an engineer comes up to them and says, well, what have you learned? You don't want them to turn around and say stuff. That doesn't get you the check. You want somebody to be able to say something that's organized. And then over a period of time, we developed this in my teams to a group of 4 or 5 people who would talk and do a little da-da-da-da-da-da, a little show. You know, they would talk about it. Here's where we've come from. Here's what we want to do. Here's where we're going. You make a presentation that looks organized, and people want to put money into you. The other thing is, when you develop your plan, get your stats all synchronized within your team. When they ask you, how fast do you want to be able to go? If you say 35, you say 45, and you say 75, who are you going to believe? You want to have the same answer for these things. We were doing an early conference down in San Antonio. We had an engineer go up and down talking with the various students, and he said, I can't support you because I asked a simple question and I got a different answer from every one of your members of your team. And it was a very basic thing. What voltage were you running? I asked you out there and you said 72. But if you've got one member of your team saying 48 and somebody 72 and the other one 24, it doesn't sound like you've got a really organized group. Think about that. We even had little tests to make sure everybody knew the proper stats on it. It's really helpful. Can we give Capel a round of applause for raising it? Now back to power management.
Like I shared right before the break, we were sort of in the middle of showing, you know, the data that you would want and things, but it's very sort of track focused, and I was wondering if Keith could really talk a little bit about how you might run a cross-country race, what are the important things to look for, how you might train your drivers and things like that.
Thank you. I know Mark and race officials have got some formal things, and we'll probably circle back, or they'll circle back to that later. And to begin with, it's probably going to sound like I'm rambling here a little bit, but what I want to share with you at this point in time is exactly how I approach power management from the onset, from the beginning. And we're talking about, for us, as soon as it warms up, probably March, April of this year, with a new team, just like you're probably going to have, but in my case, with an older car. As students come to me, and this year I've got 60-something students, we've narrowed that down from 60-something students to 14 that's on our team. So we pretty much at this point in time know the 14 students that's going to arrive. Power management for me begins right there at our campus. And this is for all the advisors in the room. We have different meetings, solar car meetings throughout the year. It is crucial that you attend those meetings, because you don't just all of a sudden have one meeting and you leave for the race and you understand everything. It's a long, gradual process. So is power management. And it begins at those meetings. We discuss some of the things that Mark and Mr. Cave and Dr. Marks and William has shared with you today. All the technical things that goes into building cars, where Well, our meetings are the same way. They evolve over time. And one of the first is getting in that car and learning to drive it right there on our campus in a safe, controlled environment. We moved from that with our police just outside the town in what we call the bypass. It's a 4-lane out there so that we're not meeting cars head on. And we've got these new students in the car, in the solar car, in a controlled environment, and we're monitoring them. But the primary thing at this point is safety, or at least that's what the students think. I've never shared this with them, but behind the scenes we're doing it. We're teaching them how to merge in and out of traffic, how to do the turn signals and all of those other things that goes along with driving. But at the same time, we're monitoring those students and see how they're reacting to that car. One of the things we're looking for are the students that can get in it, not only drive it and drive it safely, but can drive it and it be stable. We're looking for those drivers that can put it at a certain point in that highway, meaning for us closer to the side of the road or the ditch side, if you will, than to the traffic side. And we want those students that can drive that car straight. That's where it's most efficient. But early on at that point in time, it's all about learning to drive it safely. As we do this over time for a week, a few weeks, maybe a month and a half, the next thing that we're going to do is pull them to the side on the campus. And we're going to put that amp meter on the motor lead. And we're going to tell that student to barely touch the accelerator and go up through our campus and glue your eyes on the amp meter. Well, when they do that, that thing's probably going to pull 4, 6, 8 amps. Really at a fast walking speed, maybe 5, 8 miles per hour. Just ease on the accelerator and take off. And also tell them you probably should never let that car get over 10 amps. And then we're going to back them up or let them circle back and come. And I'm going to tell them to floor that car. What do you think just happened to the amperage of that car? Tell them, William, you've been in the industry. It went well over 100 amps. From 8 to 10, a controlled amperage, to over 100 amps. What does that mean from a solar car racing perspective? Where did that energy come from, Mark? From the sun, eventually. You're running off the sun. The batteries has that reserve that's going to allow you to do it. That's the beauty of the cars that you're going to build. It has this ability. Remember Mark said to ramp up and ramp down? It prevents his car from doing that. You can set those current limiters, those parameters that prevents them from doing that. For us, on the brushless motor that we're running, we don't have that ability. If that student chooses to do that. So that's one of the first lessons that we learned. When we went to Australia, we were limited to 4 drivers back to the meeting part. Part of those drivers wasn't able to devote that time and do that training. They had a much different understanding of those efficiencies in Australia than the students that were there to do it. But once we get through all of that and through the students' conditioning and we feel safe with them, we start simulating the race. And I'm not the only one that does this. Mr. Cave is a master at it. And I want him to make his way on up here. And what year did we go to New York? Mark?
2007.
No,
Back,
I was driving
no,
down there
come on
from
up.
New York.
You're going to like this. Come on up, Mr. Cave. Back in 2007, we left, I guess, Round Rock, Texas.
Yes, we did.
And we left, and we're headed to this guy's hometown up in New York. That's 1,600 miles away. Now, I live in Mississippi, which is 700 miles from here, and probably over 1,000 miles from this guy. On our budget, on training and learning, we are limited to, basically 100 miles right there within our school. Ms. Terman, myself, and Ms. Anita Ellison, we're out on what's called the Natchez Trace of Federal Parkway training. We're training to the point that our car is quit going up a hill there, right there at my hometown. Lo and behold, I look up, and you know who I see? Remember how far he lives from me? 1,000 miles. You know what this guy is doing?
Driving the race route.
He drove the entire race route. So, Mr. Cave, you share with him what you were
But this
looking
was March, and he was out there practicing on the race with a team.
I just shared that with them. This is the other part of power management here. And that's what Mr. Cave is a master at. And of course, the race officials will help guide you. They provide you with a race booklet. And this race booklet, Dr. March gives you a tremendous amount of information about the race course. He's going to tell you those big hills and some of the safety issues. And all of that, too, is part of power management. But what Mr. Cave's about to share with you is crucial when you go to this race this summer.
Well, when I took up sailing, all of a sudden I realized that wind was important. So when I walk out the door and there's a wind, I'm like impressed whether it's blowing or not and stuff. And if I wasn't a sailor, I wouldn't know that. Well, the solar car racing is hills. Hills are terrifying. And you talk to a solar car racer, he'll say, "Look at that hill. The hill's only this big. You know, look at that hill." So the different things become important. And one thing that we should talk about is, you mentioned it before, keep your high RPMs, keep your RPMs up. Going up a hill, don't slow down going up a hill. And this gentleman taught me how to go over a hill. He says, what you have to do is make the hill disappear. That's a quote. You do that by, as you're coming up to that hill, you speed up. What? Speed up, you lower a hill. And that's the idea. Speed up so you hit a hill moving, and at the top you're just rolling over the top. And that's where if you can look at your ammeter,
right? Your
ammeter will just show you you did the best job.
What Mr. Cade was doing now all the way from Newburgh to, I guess eventually Round Rock, he was getting topographical information, data on that race course. We have 14 members on our team, and what you're trying to do based on Dr. Marx's race route, we know where we're going to be from what the course is or the towns from one day to the next. And what we're wanting to identify over that 150 or 170 miles, is it all uphill or is it downhill? We look at the 3 rest stops or immediate stops that Dr. Marx has, and in the early morning, if it's going to be uphill, you're not going to put the heaviest student in there, are you? You're going to put the lightest student. Well, that's a big part of power management, and that's what he was identifying. But where this training, where this testing comes in, again, it starts back early on with the safety, learning to drive the car with the amp meter, and now eventually you're out on the road. Well, the next step of that is learning to navigate these hills. You need to learn how to turn these uphills into a downhill from a power management standpoint. And the worst place to learn that is during the race. You need to do that prior to coming to the race. Here's exactly how we do it. And again, that student has to be there in that car, conditioning him or herself to learn this ability. We look at those topographical maps, and then all of a sudden we're in the race and we come up on these hills, both downhill and uphill. And these long downhills, we like for that student to gradually accelerate. And that's why that telemetry system was important, because it was real time. It did send us that information real time. And a student that hasn't trained can literally turn that same downhill into an uphill. So this comes back, this whole race is about you students. And not only learning the technology, but learning how to drive the car safely, efficiently, and effectively. That's a big part of your responsibility. So that student should start, as he crests that hill, begin to go down, gradually accelerate. And gradually means from the top to the bottom of that hill. And then once he begins climbing, you want to stay, maintain your speed. For us, usually about a third of the way up the hill. And then if you do have the telemetry of the meter, you can see that current starting to climb. Well, at that point, the testing, the training is crucial. And that's why some drivers are much better than others. And we can see, as the sponsors can over time, if you've done this long enough, we know those good drivers, and we can identify those immediately. And they start backing out of that accelerator. You want to maintain a decent speed all the way up the hill, but you also want to keep control of that current draw, that amperage that's leaving those batteries, that reserve capacity. And hopefully you can make it to the top of the hill at a reasonable speed and repeat this process over and over and over again. And literally you can take some pretty severe hills and turn into a downhill from a current draw standpoint. But that takes conditioning. It takes a very responsible student, one that's been there and trained and then is willing to listen. You can have $1 million in that car, the best of everything, and get out there and run it poorly, not conditioned and not trained, and you've still got $1,000. So power management is the single best thing that you can do. The only way to do that is in training and in conditioning. The test lab that Mark was showing you, the lights, that's the first step of it too, in selecting your components. But every hill is different, and nothing replaces this testing and training. Nothing. Here is what doesn't work. Comes back to you students training. You never want to get halfway up that hill and have to reaccelerate. What just happened from a current standpoint is skyrocketing. You want to always do your acceleration down the hill. That's solar car racing, but it's also what the computers on board these hybrid vehicles are doing for you, and you don't even know it. They're kicking in that energy as they monitor the amount of energy it's taking to move this hill. That's what makes them efficient. The same thing makes solar car racing efficient. That's why it's the brain sport. You guys are smart. Drive your car that way. I bet you William and Dr. Marks and anybody else that's been involved with this race for a long time can, and I've seen it, these students will get at the start line and Dr. Marks or some official will wave that checker flag and boy, those cars will take off.
You can tell when there's a first-year team coming off the line and when they've got experienced teams. The first-year team's like, all right, let's go, and then you get them zoom, and then the experienced teams you would go and you start line and then it's like barely start slowing, making a turn. It's like, okay, you know, they're keeping their current draw really low. You have a whole minute before the next car releases, so take your time turning and accelerating, and you know, it saves you energy.
A story from last summer's race. There was a car, new team gets out there, and they just tear on off there. Somebody asked me, they were talking to a reporter, and he said, how fast did you go? And he said, we went 50 miles an hour. I said, that's great. You did that all day? And he said, no, for an hour. And he said, what'd you do after that? Well, the race was over with. We had to sit there from 9 o'clock on. We couldn't do anything because we'd used all our energy. That's not who we are.
And then too, power management begins in your build process, and apparently that's where many of you are at this component. I can't stress enough to forget about this 50 mile per hour deal. Get your car designed more for, Dr. Marks, William need to guide me here. I'm going to say 18 to 20, 22 max. You're not going to run 30 miles per hour all day. I wish you could, but you're not going to do that. Why have a car that can go 50? Get your car designed to run more around that 20 with that full accelerator, and you're going to be much more successful than having a car that's got the ability to run 50 that you're barely going to touch the accelerator to maintain the speed that you can do. He's got a minimum speed limit of you must 15. if I were you building your car, I would target maybe 18 to 20 miles per hour at full throttle. You're going to be much more successful. If you can do that all day, you're probably going to get a trophy.
Yeah, sure.
You're going to get a trophy at the end of this race, because you're going to either be 1, 2, or 3. Or you can do what William was talking about, look really good, or Dr. Marks, go 50 miles an hour for an hour and watch all the traffic go by in Dallas, for instance. You're not going to make it outside these city limits. That's not going to happen. Power management is crucial once you get a car built. But for me, it starts as you build that car, designing it to go somewhere around 18 to 20 miles per hour, max speed. Yeah, you've got the ability to go faster, but why go faster when you can't sustain it?
All right, so thank you, Keith. So we'll go back to sort of vehicle design stuff, and I'll bring Mark back up again to talk about aerodynamics, friction, things like that. Question. The question is, are there any limits for drivers? There is no limit to the number of drivers that you can have. All drivers must have a driver's license.
And qualified during scrutineering.
And yeah, then we'll run them through qualifying. Yes.
Thank you very much. Obviously, Mr. Reese is a pro at this. He and Mr. Cave have done more solar car races really than anybody in the room. So they know absolutely what they're speaking about. Every time I see the Houston team at a race, I'm continually impressed with how prepared they are. It's really one of the things that makes them an excellent team. So anyways, you want to get the most out of your car. This is what they were talking about. And really, there's 4 things that you control other than your driver. You can control the electrical efficiency, you can control the weight of your car, you control the rolling friction, and the aerodynamic drag. I want to kind of help you in each one of these areas to spend less and make your car go farther. Here's some interesting numbers. If you increase your solar power by 10%, you would add about a 4% increase in performance. Increasing your solar car's efficiency solar-wise by 10% is going to cost you $1 million. Just a ton of money to make your car more solar efficient. Making your car more aerodynamic gives you a 3.1% increase in performance if you make it 10% less drag. This is an area that you absolutely can control in an inexpensive way. Rolling resistance changes your performance, and so does weight. Surprisingly, weight has the least amount of effect on the overall performance of your car. When the University of Minnesota won the American Solar Car Challenge, I remember the team from the University of Minnesota going, how did they win? Their car weighs almost 75% more than our car. And it had nothing to do with the weight of the car. It was about how efficiently that car ran. So the University of Michigan, this car, I'm sure you saw it. It was a heavy car, but they had taken care of all the details, and it was aerodynamically very, very efficiently going down the road. Electrical efficiency, we've kind of talked about a little bit already. One of the things that you can do to check to make sure your car is efficient or make it more efficient, use the correct wiring for the job. This is an area that you're going to get a lot more input with as you get closer to the contest with the rules. They've refined some of the rules so you know exactly what wiring. I know William talked about wiring and fuses that you need to use for certain applications. Obviously, you want to make sure that you're not heating up wires as you run current through it. When you talk about running 100 amps through a wire, that's a lot of current. You would need a very, very big wire, probably 0 gauge wire, to continually run 100 amps through it. Most of the cars use 4 gauge or 2 gauge wire. It would be very, very rare that you would probably use anything like 8 gauge wire, which is relatively thin compared to 4 gauge wire. We solder every connection. One of the things that I learned actually from Mr. Reese was to check some of those connections with a little infrared thermometer. You can go around your car and look at all of your connections. If connections are getting thermally hot, you can bet it's a bad connection. There's something loose in there. Something's arcing, something's heating it up. We wrecked a lithium-ion battery one time because the driver had not, or the students who were in charge of it, had not tightened the connections on top. We went out, drove it around, those connections were loose, those connections got really hot, and actually melted the entire top of the battery, simply because of the heat generated. So, easy thing to do, get one of those inexpensive thermal thermometers, those infrared thermometers, and go around and you can check connections. You can even check, you guys use it to check your solar panels, right? You go around and check different spots on there, looking for hot spots, which would represent something is loose. Mr. Reese talked a lot about choosing the right gear for your car, gearing for your car. This is a young Tom D'Agostino. Tom's at Rose Holman right now. He's an electrical engineer. It's so funny that he's probably a sophomore in high school here. And I know that 18 to 20 miles an hour sounds like the right speed for a classic division car. If you look in this picture, this setup right here has a 20-inch wheel. That's probably a 90-tooth or 70-tooth rear. This is way over geared for a classic division car. This is much more like an open division car that's planning on going 36 miles an hour. Last year when we ran our solar electric car at the race, we had it set up to run at about 28 miles an hour, 28 to 32 miles an hour, wide open. All right, so in a perfect hour and a half of racing, that driver had the throttle pinned against the steering wheel for the entire race. And they would come in and then they would complain like, can we put a different gear on it? We want to be able to go faster. And I was like, that's silly talk, right? Because the car is running very efficiently right now. You're running it wide open. We've got the gearing pretty close to right. So using the right gearing system makes a huge difference. It's super easy to calculate. If you go online, you type in go-kart speed calculator. There's all the calculations for you. You can put in your wheel size, you can put in the motor gear, and it'll tell you and your rear gear, and it'll tell you how fast you're going to go at maximum speed. This is actually the swing arm off of a car with a brake part here. But you can see that we've just got the motor, that Briggs & Stratton motor, mounted right to the swing arm, and then it's a direct drive, just number 35 chain on there. Yeah?
Is there any particular gear or gear system that you recommend?
Lots of people do it different ways. Because as we're using a kind of a bicycle hub in there, we actually have a bicycle freewheel in there, and then we mount a gear to the bicycle freewheel. That has been successful most of the time. But there has been times where we've sheared the pawls off inside that freewheel, and then you have to pull everything off and replace it. So you wouldn't put it on a car that weighs 700 pounds. It would shear right away every time. We have built some very, very light cars. In fact, in the case of this car, it was too light. We built it so that it wouldn't be able to withstand the forces of jumping up and down at Texas Motor Speedway. I think it is much better to build a car that will finish, all right, rather than worry about a car that's going to be light. You don't win races on the side of the road. So build a car, it's going to work, it's going to work every time. Even if it weighs 100 pounds more than you would like it to. This guy right here from Houston, he's a pro. So he helped us get everything welded back together.
That's Miss Herman's husband.
Is that right?
She was taking a photo of that.
Rolling resistance in your car is one of those things that you can control. One of the things that we do is all of the bearings in the car, the wheel bearings, and any other part of the car that's rotating, we actually pop the seals off of them and we use some degreaser and we clean out all of the heavy grease that's in there, and we lubricate it with a really light oil. The best lubricant that we have found, we've tested tons of lubricant, is really kind of a funny thing. It's Prolong engine treatment. Prolong makes this oil additive that you put in your car engine, and I'm sure that it doesn't have a huge difference, makes a huge difference for your car, but there's no particulates in it, and it's a really kind of a light oil. It is by far the best of all of the lubricants that we've used in metal bearings. It's called Prolong. You just get it. We just use a big hypodermic needle and we just inject it in. In the race last year, I don't know if we, maybe one day we replaced the oil in the bearings over 4 days, and it worked great. One of the things that we did do though was we put ceramic ball bearings in all of our wheels. Ceramic ball bearings are very expensive. They're about $4 a ball, and for our wheels they each needed 72 ball bearings. And so we thought, there's no way we can afford to put ceramic balls inside our car. So I called the company, Surbeck was the name of the company, and I said, I'm wondering if we can buy some ceramic ball bearings for you. Here's the size we need for our car. Can we get them at a discount? And the lady said, well, how many do you need? And I said, I need about 300 bearings. And she laughed at me, and I was like, I didn't really say anything funny. I'm thinking to myself, she goes, I'll just send you some. We lose that many down the drain every day. So she sent me 3 sample packs of ball bearings for nothing. So I never hurts to ask, I guess. And they went in, and we still use them. We do have some, but they're really weird sizes. You know, so in this one they were all loose ball, so there's a cone and a race in there. But in most of them you have a sealed unit or a set unit that presses in. But you can still get those from almost every ceramic ball bearing company.
There's two other options also today that I wasn't aware of. We also did like Mark and went to the ceramic a few years ago, and now that's kind of replacing that somewhat is solid grease. That defies your logic, but it is solid grease, and it's a non-contact seal. You're still able to maintain that seal, and those are off the shelf. The seal is there, but it's a non-contact. So other than the bicycle wheels for bearings like we have, that's more of the industrial type there, or automotive bearings, solid grease and non-contact seal, you get it in a combination in the same bearing.
Yeah, and you can find ceramic, complete ceramic kits, really in almost any size. So they make them for industry and lots of different things. And we've already talked about wheel alignment, how important that is to making your car go down the road. Tires are important and sometimes go against common sense. Wider tires actually have lower rolling resistance than really narrow tires. Tires that have very thin wall casings are better at rolling than really thick car type tires. And some of it has to do with the way a tire rotates on the road. A tire that's going down the road is constantly deforming. And of course, to cause anything to deform, it takes energy. So the more supple the casing is for the tire, the easier it is to deform. The easier it is to deform, it means that the less energy it takes to do that. So if you can get a relatively fat tire that deforms easily, it has less rolling resistance than a narrow tire. The people in the bicycle racing world right now, for a while there, the rage was really narrow, high-pressure tires. Right? Almost all of the guys now have gone to wider tires that are running at a similar pressure, maybe even a little less, finding that the wider tires have less rolling resistance, so kind of a unique thing along the way. Aerodynamic drag, this is an area that I know Mr. Cave is a pro at. We've talked about this a number of times. And this is an area that I want to show you a couple things with in the next couple of minutes that you can do inexpensively to make your car more aerodynamically efficient. There's a reason that we call it drag. Drag happens at the back of your car. Making your car release the wind is much more important than the way it enters the wind. If you look at this picture, is not very good, But there's two lines on here. Here's one line, and here's another line. And this is the amount of power, the aerodynamic drag on that car at certain speeds. So in this case, if you look at this, this is a regular bicycle. You can see that at 20 miles an hour, there's 350 watts of drag on it. A similar bicycle, but one that has an aerodynamic fairing on it, some kind of body on it, would actually, at the same amount of drag, be going 35 miles an hour. We learned this in kind of a funny way. When we built our first super mileage car, our first fuel efficiency car, we went out and tested it without a body on it. Drove it around, got about 430 miles per gallon. Now that makes my head spin just thinking about that number. Nobody drives at 15 miles an hour anyway. 430 miles per gallon. When we put our body on that car to increase its aerodynamic efficiency, we went from 430 to 800 miles per gallon. All right, simply by moving the air more efficiently around the driver and that car. It made a huge difference. And so every car that we've designed since then, the predominant design feature in that car has been, how can we reduce aerodynamic drag? Forget everything else, how much it weighs, what the wheels are going to be. Is it going to be aerodynamically efficient at releasing the air? This is one of our extra light cars, and one that was aerodynamically efficient, that we built for the least amount of money that we've ever built a car. Our goal from the very beginning with this car was to build the cheapest car at the race. That was the goal. And even though it looks kind of fun, all the parts on here were amazingly inexpensive. And I'm going to show you how to use a couple of those things. First, these wheel covers. Each one of those wheel covers probably cost about $35 or $40 to make. All right, very inexpensive. And this whole bottom of the car is just shrink wrap. And a shrink wrap like they would use to cover boats in the winter. At least we cover boats in the winter in Minnesota. Do you guys cover in Mississippi? Do they cover the boats in the winter? You know, the big. You don't have any idea what I'm talking about. In Minnesota, because we pull them out of the water in the winter and put them in storage, they wrap the boats in these big shrink wrap packages and then leave them sit outside all winter. And so it's a plastic. I'm going to show you in just a second. Remember that drag starts at the back of the vehicle. And so when we are designing a car, one of the things that we're always concerned about is how it's going to release the air. So much more important to us than how it enters the air. So you see most solar cars, especially the high-end solar cars, have these great tapers on the back, long, efficient tapers that are letting the air move freely off and not creating that low-pressure area behind the car that actually physically drags the car down, slows the car down. So when you're building your car, those are the kind of things to think about. You can make them from light, almost free materials. So I'm going to use, Madame's going to help me here for just a minute, see if we can demonstrate one. This is the wheel fairing from that orange car that you just saw. So is now a good time to do this stuff?
Yes.
Okay. So right there is perfect. One of the things that we stumbled across along the way was, how are we going to build wheel fairings cheaply? Well, a student was in my room building a cathedral out of foam core. It was for one of his classes. It was David Reen, and I remember he was in my room and he was cutting this foam core, the same kind of stuff that you use in science fair projects, you know, for like a backboard. It has the foam on the inside and it's got paper on either side. And I saw him putting slices into this, and then he took and he kind of cracked it. So he took this flat piece of foam board, all right, and he made it into a curved surface. And I looked at it and I was like, that's really cool. And then another student came into the room, and he goes, why don't we build things like that? And I was like, I don't know. And so we started to play with it a little bit, and so we make a shape, something like this. This represents half of a wheel fairing, obviously, if we're going to do it it would be much bigger along the way. And then we found if we just took some hot glue, let's see if I can go to this. All right, so here's two big ones. Maybe can you?
Well, it goes right here, right?
Yeah. So if we glued those two pieces together with just hot glue, and this is nothing fancy about this at all, we could have a curve as long as it was just a one dimension curve along the way. Is there enough glue there? We haven't tried this glue gun. We just had it sent here.
Here's Bob.
Yes. All right. Got it. Well, yeah, the first time we built one, I felt like it was on one of those craft shows. So, can I help holding it? Yeah, usually what we do is just hold it until it dries. That's good. Perfect. Got it?
Yep, I got it.
So we let that hot glue dry, and so we ended up with these huge wheel fairings made just out of foam core. Like it's super easy to make. Then what we would do is we would cover it with a layer of fiberglass or a layer of carbon fiber. So relatively inexpensive. Fiberglass was cheaper than carbon. Just put one layer on with some epoxy resin and just coat it on there. And it would look something like this. We squeegee all the excess out of it. Let it sit. And then we would cut it. Yeah, sure. Yeah. We'd trim it with just a jigsaw, take it down to the garage, and all these pieces were made in a similar way. And then we would just cover them with body filler, Bondo, lightweight body filler. Just go over the whole thing, and we'd take and sand it so it was smooth. And you could never even tell that there were those little flat spots in there. And then we would just paint it. And we have a guy who helps us. He's a hot rod guy, super cool. And a good painter covers a lot of flaws, I say that. But he was able to make these wheel fairings look like we had spent days or months on them. And really it took us a couple of days to make them and relatively inexpensive. So when they're done, you can see what they look like. So they're smooth. They did a great job of directing air around the outside of those wheels. And I know that, Lee, what a difference that makes watching the car go down the road. So, any questions about this? It's kind of an easy way. You can make lots of parts like that, body parts for your car, just out of foam core. It's not one of those things. Remember, your car only has to last a couple of weeks, all right? And you're not driving it in the rain. So you can make things out of unique materials. And it's one of those things that we stumbled across. So one of the other parts about this car, we said we're not going to build a full carbon fiber body. It was the first time we had not built a full body for the car. So we said, how are we going to take care of the air that moves underneath the car? And we said we're just going to wrap it in this plastic wrap. It looks like this. It's 7 mil thick sheeting. It's just plastic, but it's meant to shrink when you heat it up. And so we take this on the bottom of the car. I'm going to have a picture here. And we use a heat gun. We actually use a big flame gun now to do it. But it looks like this when we put it on the car. So we roll out this big piece of plastic, and we tape it to the bottom or the frame of the car. So this is what the car looks like from the inside. Mr. Cave has let me play with this carbon fiber piece where I've just put it on here. At this point, you would say really all you've done, Mark, is put a plastic bag on your car. That's not very good because this is going to flap in the wind and that has some aerodynamic inefficiencies. So what we need to do is make it tight. So what we do is we heat it up, and as we heat it up, you can see, the car is upside down right now, you can see how much it shrinks and pulls taut in there. It's a pretty rigid substance, after it cools down. Yes?
What do you get it with?
Ah, that's good.
Good introduction.
This is just a heat gun, and if you have enough students and enough heat guns, this is a way to do it. We have found a better way. This is kind of fun. Let's see if it blows a fuse though, because it's going to be. All right, so come over my way just a little bit. No, it was fine. You know, I should have had one pre-made so I could pull it out of the oven. Sorry, madam. A little hot there?
It tells me you're cooking at home and tastes like hot
Okay, I'll let that cool for a second. You'll be able to feel the difference that it has at the top as it. I'll let it sit for just a second. It gets rigid, not hard plastic rigid, but for sure more rigid than its original material. We actually ended up buying the tool that they use in Minnesota for the big boats. It goes on a propane tank, and it's got a kind of a trigger mechanism, and it's a big flamethrower. And it's actually, the students love it when I get it out. It comes in it's like this super secret suitcase, and you open it up, and then it makes, it's a flamethrower that puts a big broad propane flame out there. If you decide to do it this way, and you want to borrow our giant flame-throwing heat gun, just let me know. All right, you can borrow it. You just have to pay me to ship it to you, and if you'll send it back to me when you're done, then you don't have to buy it. Then you just use it can you feel it?
You can actually wait until you get to the race and put it out in the stick in the sun. It's going to shrink.
So if you pass this around, you'll be able to feel at the one side there how taut that gets. So super easy way to make air not pass through your car and simply move it over your car. You can buy it in a number of different colors. I know that it comes in blue, comes in, I don't know if you can buy it in black, but I bet you probably can in white. Yes?
Overall, how much did this one cost?
You know, I have the budget. I want to say it was $8,000 to build that car from the ground up, I think. So for everything at retail cost. We didn't pay that much for all the stuff. Some of the stuff we had cannibalized from other things, but I think it was $8,000. So for that car. Yes.
There was a slide, maybe one or two back that gave some specs, maybe one more. Yeah.
Oh. Yep. There's lots of places to buy the shrink wrap. We've ordered it from a place called Dr. Shrink or Big Shrink, I don't remember, but it's something like that. But if you type in winter boat shrink wrap, and it'll come up. Your only hope is that you can buy it in a small enough quantity for you to use, because normally they sell it in like 100-yard rolls, some outrageous amount that you can use. Yes? Oh, is that right? Uline has it? That's good to know. And I bet you they have it in different thicknesses too. Because I know you can buy 5 mil and 7 mil and even 9 mil. I mean, if you really wanted to make something unique. Yeah, it's not expensive at all. And you can buy the correct tape to tape it to the side. I just used duct tape there, which probably would work fine. Yeah.
How much did you use then for that car?
That car was 4 meters long, so 5 meters long, I bet, a little bit less than 5 meters. So by the time we practiced it once and then tore it off and then did it again, we probably used 12 meters total, so probably $10 worth, maybe. I know that the gun was a lot more expensive than that, but the gun did make it a ton easier because you could heat up big sections of it at once. Otherwise, with a heat gun, you could see I'd be there for a long time going over little sections of it. Yep.
How much is the gun?
I think the gun was $150, or it might have been $180. I don't remember for sure. But it's one of those tools that you could keep in the shop and use over and over and over and over and over and over again, and you're never going to wear it out. So, can you feel the part on there that's rigid as it comes along, the difference that it makes? Yeah, kind of slick. So there's another picture of it. We trim it to fit around the wheel bearings. The real beauty of this project, or this product, is that if you get a hole in it, you just put tape on it. Just take a big piece of tape, put it on, and you can see it. So everything was easy to fix. Any questions about what I have been involved in today? Anything that I can answer for you? So yes?
In terms of aerodynamics, what is the best shape for, let's say, three-wheel vehicle design? What would be the best shape to reduce aerodynamic drag?
One of the things that we know about drag is that if you build it so that the widest part of the car is about 1/3 of the way back of the car, and that the taper isn't greater than 8%. All right, that's just a standard rule. But now, most cars you can't do that with because obviously you've got the driver in there, you got all these systems around. So you kind of find places you can do that, and you're happy with the places that are close to that.
You take your iPhone, there's apps on there that you can actually, what he's talking about is a matter in the nature.
Yeah.
You can actually experiment with that, and you can run simulate some wind tunnel.
Right, yeah, right on your phone. So
it's apps on your iPhone to do that. Even if you can't do it, very crucial, like you can even take a photo of it.
Yeah.
Even if you can do individual parts.
Little parts make a huge difference if you're thinking about all of the different parts that start to add up. Absolutely. Yes.
Is it better to have a body that you just showed or not have really something? Because it's really hot to drive.
No driver has ever complained that it's been too hot in the car. So I think and the reason why I think more than anything else is somebody is sitting there waiting to be the next driver. So so nobody ever complains about the heat in the car. So yes.
I have a question. I mean something in the executive summary. They talked about grounding. It said that you're not allowed to ground to the chassis.
Okay, the question was about grounding to the chassis, and I can talk to that real quickly. In a regular automobile, you know that you run a power wire to everything, and then the ground wire is just grounded to the chassis of the car. So the chassis serves as the common ground for it. You can't do that in your solar car race. You have to have a negative and a positive lead going to everything from a common block. So distribution block.
Why is that?
I think it.
I can talk to the reason. You have custom built things. High schoolers wiring things together. If you, as you put wires all over your frame and you tie strap them on there, sometimes things get, the wires get stripped, and so you can get a short to the frame. Now, if you have a short to the frame with a high voltage system especially, that gets very dangerous. And so we say, just bring all the wires back together, then you have to break it at a few places in order for it to be dangerous.
The other thing is that it really makes it a little bit easier to follow problems. And when you're talking about the electrical system of a car, we have seen cars that have really inefficient wiring in them, literally a rat's nest of wires, all the same color, going all over the car, which is fine if it works, but it's when you have something that doesn't work and you have to follow wires back that really becomes a nightmare. One of the things that we have done and we're very careful about is color coding things so that we know where the purple and red wire go. You know, where the green wire goes, so that if we can trace, we need to trace it from the back to the front. And even though we have built a ton of cars, we have had electrical problems. When we, this last year, we went to the very first station, which was the electrical station. We get there, the guy at scrutineering put the voltmeter on the positive side of the battery, and then he touched it to the frame, and it should say 0. There should be no conductivity between the battery and the frame. Ours read 60 volts right away. So obviously there was a short someplace. Some wire was touching the frame somewhere, and it really took us much longer to find than it should have. But it was a mistake that we had made early on, where a student had used the wrong bolt for one of the devices, and the bolt was actually touching the side of the device when it shouldn't have been. So, stupid. Anything else? Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
This is a general question, not for another time, but when do you work on the cars? What's the beneficial for different leaders here for working on cars?
Well, maybe I should have you talk to my wife about this, ask my wife what the answer to that is. We work 11 months a year. So it's the solar car contest finished in July last year. We took August off and we started right away in late August, early September. We'll work for, we work 6 days a week, you know, after school, Saturdays, every break, every Christmas break. So, and a lot of times as you move along, you need big blocks of time. But we're building from the ground up every year, and so I think that's more time consuming than if you're taking a car and just making improvements on it after a year. So every car would be a little bit different.
Most first-year teams, in my opinion, with a determined effort to leave this workshop, have a car built, running, somewhat tested prior to July of this race.
Yeah, you could leave today and have a car.
You could leave today and have a running car.
Yeah.
It may not be the aerodynamic, but it'll be the 18, 20 mile per hour competitive, dependable car.
I will say that there are a lot of different sort of models for teams. The Walnut team, for example, will work Sunday. That's their day to work. They work 9 to 3 every Sunday. And if somehow they get it all working. But, when you work at such a low frequency of time, you have to plan all week to make sure that the moment you step in the shop, you're doing stuff and you're efficient all the way down the road. If you can have a class at a school, so much the better, or even after school each day, you get such, you can continue to do stuff and plan it. It's a lot better model, but sometimes you just can't do that.
And as a teacher, as a moderator for this, I'll tell you, and Ms. Little could speak to this too, one of the hardest things about running a project like this is making sure students have what they need when they need it. And so being able to anticipate when they're going to need those rod connectors. Because if you don't have them, and it's the day that you're supposed to be working on steering, then everything gets pushed back another week as you're waiting for things. So it does take a little bit of foresight and some project management skills in order to make sure that you always have the part when you need to start working with the part.
That is really the advisor's job. It's been what I've done as an advisor. What can we get in place so that when they get into the shop, they have all that they need. And I know, and there are times where we don't have a part, I'll go out and run and get it while they're working on other things, but then it just gets chaotic.
Okay, my email address is someplace. is it?
It's in your white paper that's on the website. Yeah.
If not, you can always email me or call me. Email's probably the easiest. If you want to come and visit St. Thomas Academy and see what we do, you're welcome to do that. Our friends from Detroit can tell you that our accommodations are not deluxe. Oh yeah, you can leave some of those. So we've got some email cards there that some people use.
I don't have a ton, so just take one.
But you're welcome to come. I can put you up for a couple of nights. We have this creepy old priest residence
It's
on
really not
campus.
that creepy,
It-
okay?
But you're welcome to see, and I think what you're getting while you're there, we can show you what we do. I think that you are going to be really under impressed with our facility, since most of the work we do is in an old garage. We don't have a machine shop. We don't have any fancy things right there. But we manage, and you know, we have clever students who work hard. So that's what we need.
Great. Let me get to our final topic of the day. You heard Dr. Guy talk when he was talking about the World Solar Challenge about scrutineering. And scrutineering at World Solar Challenge and here in the Solar Car Challenge is our way of verifying that your car meets the rules. Okay, and so I want to give you a heads up on ways that you could be successful getting through scrutineering. The first thing, it's somewhat obvious, but a lot of teams don't do this. Please read the rules. You know, the scrutineering is all about checking whether you comply with the rule. And therefore, you need to read the rules. And you go, oh, of course, yeah, no problem. But, you know, as you design things, as you start going through fabricating, sometimes you have a design and then you just start running, you know, with it. And you don't necessarily go back and look, hey, did I do something that is in contradiction to the rule? So I always recommend teams, as you build, have printed copies of the rules lying around the shop, because you want to be able to quickly verify and say, yes, I've, you know, met the rules.
Can I add something here, since we have the person who I like to speak about the most on this? When you're following the rules and when you're measuring, make sure you measure things properly. One of those things is how big your array can be. And there was a solar car array that exceeded the size limitation set out in the rules. And the bravest man I've ever seen is Keith Reese, who's taking a jigsaw to his solar array, cutting it off so that it complies with the length requirements on there. You don't want to be in that kind of situation. Having to use a jigsaw on glass solar cells, it's not pretty. But you have to follow the guidelines in it. If it says it's going to be 5 meters maximum, that can't be 5.01. We're talking about following things exactly. That's part of what this event's about. Can you take a set of rules and accurately follow those? That's important in life.
Okay, so let me get into some of the issues. The next thing, other than having a copy of the rules, is before you come to the race, please go through the scrutineering checklist. We publish the scrutineering booklet. All the questions we're going to ask you, it's already published online. You can get at it, you can go through your own scrutineering and make sure that you comply. But I'm going to sort of highlight a few areas in which we've seen teams have issues. Okay? One we have seen is the size. Sometimes you don't realize that even though most of the time you've got an array over body design, your array really is the largest size on your car, right? However, sometimes as you build out your car, your wheels and all the hubs and things like that that are attached to it might actually go wider than your array. And so what I would suggest is make sure that you measure your car in multiple places to make sure you capture really what is the place that has the longest, you know, width is really a key thing there. The second thing that, as I go through the different stations, visibility is key. We have certain rules, and we'll go over in the rules section tomorrow, that you have to be able to view a point in front of you a certain distance, behind you a certain distance, a certain angle above the horizon, and so on. And this is very, very important on a cross-country race, because those angles are really what allows you to make sure you can see street lights and so on, see the car in front of you, see the car behind you, and so on. And so we will be testing for that, and especially on the angle above the horizon, if you don't get that right during your design, it is very difficult to change that. Okay? If you miss the angles just slightly, it typically means that your wing over body design means that you have to lift your array, the front of your array, higher in order to get your angle. That forces you to have an array that's not flat. That forces you to get more drag down into your car. You don't want to do that. Make sure you get your visibility right going up, and also your visibility going down. Make sure you can see the place in front of you. Okay? On the electrical side, sorry.
Pretty specific in the rules. You're going to have different size drivers.
Yes.
They could be a head's length apart.
Yes.
You know, you play a game by putting one person in there, or do y'all check all drivers?
We check all drivers.
Okay.
So that's a good question. Basically, part of scrutineering is where we qualify drivers. We do that by setting up a slalom course where they have to drive in between the cones, make sure that they know how to handle the car. But there are certain rules that are driver specific as well. You know, the crush zone space, you know, distance between the roll cage, your visibility, all those are driver specific. And so we would be testing for that at that station for the driver qualification. We will also make sure that you sit in the orientation that you would when you're driving. So, you know, like Dr. Mark said, we do have a lot of interns that come back who can help us make sure that, you know, you don't try to cheat or anything. You know, sometimes you might, oh, let me just slide down to the seat and I can look up and gad at it, or, you know, or lean up so I can look at the point on the ground. Well, we'll see that, and we'll call you on and say, hey, just test every driver, make sure that each driver complies with those rules. Okay? On the electrical side, we talked about the grounding problem. You know, we want to make sure, and the way we test is we'll test both your main and your supplemental system and compare it to the voltage against the frame, and to make sure that there's nothing there. You know, a lot of times you can see, sometimes you ground it via mounting bolts, or sometimes you have shorts of other types because you've wired, you put in your wire harness, and then you say, oh, I have to attach my rear view mirror. Drill, and you accidentally drill through a wire, you know, things like that. So you want to double check that. The other thing that you get caught in an electrical station is our main fuse. Okay, there are fuses up here, you know, things like that. This is a very, very large fuse. But the fuses, we say that you cannot exceed, I don't remember the percentage, was it 200 or 150? 125. You cannot exceed 125% of your expected current draw. If I recall the rule, I'll check it and I'll go through the rules when we go through the rules. So a couple of things is, one, make sure that fuses that you get are rated for DC and not AC. We'll be checking for that. And that it's rated for that expected current draw. And you can look and say, well, what is my expected current draw? You can look at the motor specs. You can say, well, the motor can drive at this horsepower, which converts to this number of watts. And then you divide that by your voltage to get your current. And so you can calculate for that, and that's what we'll have you do. You'll prove to us that you meet that. If you don't, then you have to very quickly go and buy a fuse. These are not, typically these fuses aren't things you can go out to AutoZone and buy. Okay, so you want to make sure you come here with a set of fuses that work for your car. The rest of the scrutiny, sorry, yes?
Question about the fuses. I'm assuming we still need to utilize the, I don't remember if it was fast flow or very fast flow
Yes.
fuses, yes?
Yes.
Okay, where can we get those?
So the question was that whether or not we have to use fast flow and very fast flow, and the answer is yes, the rules state that. I was able to buy them on Amazon. I got the fuse that I needed from there. I think the company that makes this fuse, this little fuse, is what it's called, LITTELFUSE. That company does make these type, not necessarily with the cylinder, but a blade type of fuse. They do sell those things, and I was able to just get them on Amazon. There are probably other places to get them.
Did you say L-I-T-T-E-L?
L-I-T-E-T-E-L. It's not L-I-T-T-L-E.
Do we have, do we have to have all documentation for equipment stuff that we buy, for example, fuses?
Yes, so the question was whether or not we need to have the documentation. It depends. A lot of fuses have the information printed on them. You know, if it says DC and then certain amps, then it has the information. If your fuse does not, then you need to be bringing us information that says, hey, this is my fuse, it looks like this, I bought it this way, and this is the data that proves that my fuse is that rating. Other questions?
I think one way to handle this efficiently is as you go through the process of building your car, develop a little notebook, a little scrapbook or something that you can have that the students are familiar with, so that when they get to scrutineering and you've got a judge asking them something, they've got a book that they can go to and say, you're asking about the fuse, you turn through the page and say, here's a page that we have the information on. They're going to ask you about efficiencies, and you want to show that?
Sure. So we say that you have to comply with the 19% efficient, rating for classic solar cars, right? Typically, when you get a solar panel, it has an efficiency rating on it. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes all you get is it's this size, it's got this much power output. Then we go, how do you measure that? How do you prove that your efficiency is? And the Winston Solar Car team, I said, look, you don't have documentation that says what efficient it is? Calculate for it, and I gave them a calculation. Basically, it's your power output divided by your array of your module, and you compare that against 1,000 watts per square meter, and there you go. That's your efficiency.
And 3 hours later, they came
And then
back.
I sent them away and said, go calculate that, and then they came back eventually and said, here it is. It's like, great, you pass, check it off. One of the things to note is in scrutineering, we do not allow solar car advisors, sponsors, moderators, whatever name you want to use, at scrutineering. This is a student project, and the students therefore need to know how the car works. They need to show all the judges, this is how I answered this question, this is how I prove to you that I complied with the rules. And so the students really need to know all this information. Finally, there's a lot of things in scrutineering, and really scrutineering is all about just checking you on all the different rules that we have. So take a look at the checklist, but I'm trying to get you sort of sticking points that you need to resolve before you come here. And the last thing I want to focus on is braking, because we see so many first-year teams come and they can't get their car to brake within the time allotted. Okay, so what I would recommend to you is take a look at the guidelines we have in the scrutineering booklet that says at this speed you have to brake at this time. And just like Keith does, on campus or other run your car, get it up to speed, press the brake, make sure that you time it, do it a few times, make sure that you can meet the regulations, because you don't want to be coming here and trying to figure out how I can beef up a braking system. It's just, you'll spend all night trying to figure that out. Get it all squared away before you get here. Okay? Any other?
On the visibility, the rear view mirrors, can you use the camera
Yes.
without mirrors? Because we could take those off.
I'm sorry?
The mirrors, are they a race rule requirement?
No, as long as you can demonstrate during
That you can
scrutineering that the heat's not gonna adversely affect your screen, and that you've got the kind of distance you can see behind you,
Yes.
according to the rules here.
So you can use a rear-facing camera and not have, rear mirrors.
But the problem with that has generally been that the screens have been so sensitive to the heat that you can't get a picture. It's better now, but that was one of the things you get.
I mean, the Walnut team uses a rear mirror.
Yes.
Rear camera.
Yes, so do we.
I'd actually like to add to that. Last year, the Choctaw team had a really big issue with that because they used the rear view camera, but they didn't have side mirrors. And they thought the rear camera would be enough for them to be able to see behind them as well as behind and beside them. Because you don't just have to see behind you, you have to see what's going to be coming around you on either side. Because you don't know if there's going to be a car coming around you, you need to be able to see that. And I want to say, what is it, like 15 degrees on either side?
It's 45 degrees.
It's 45 degrees, okay. And so you'll have to be able to see 45 degrees on either side from where the driver sits, 45 degrees from where that driver sits on either back side. And if you can't, then you have to get some sort of mirror device or camera device to be able to do that. And what they ended up doing was buying a second camera and cutting the old one out and twisting them both to where they could see that corner.
So yeah, I mean, camera systems are allowed, but you still have to meet the visibility requirements that you have.
So you could use those for the side, the back, as well as the front?
Yes. Fronts, you cannot use, for front visibility, you cannot use a camera, if I recall the rules. Just look back at the rules. It's pretty explicit about that.
If you look at the agenda, we've got some more exciting stuff to do tomorrow, highlighted by having a chance to see what is life after solar, after high school solar. What can you do? We're going to be having the University of Texas at Arlington racing team here showing their car, so you can see what you can do going to another solar car team, going to some other racing team. A big day. We've done a lot. I appreciate your attention. Have a good day.
Yeah.